Are you thinking about making a podcast? Spotify has a platform that lets you make one, and if I can figure it out, you definitely can too. You can create your own content all in one place for free with zero hangups and even earn money as soon as you get started. Spotify lets you record and edit episodes from your phone or computer so you can go mobile, just like I enjoy to do. My favorite thing about it is that you can create video episodes if you wish and upload them to wherever podcasts are heard. You can even set up subscriptions, or if you're like me, listener support options for listeners to help you grow. I 10 out of 10 recommend the Spotify for Podcasters app. Or, why don't you just step over to www.spotify.com/podcasters to get started on your own podcast. We spent a lot of time on this podcast talking about mental health, but I want to talk about physical health for a second. There's nothing more uplifting and confidence boosting than looking in the mirror and seeing exactly what you want looking back at you. The person I trust to make sure that's happening, no matter if I'm going through an injury or not, is Brian Click. He's my friend, mentor, coach, and now one of our sponsors here at Off the Deep End. Head over to the link in the description and check out why I choose him. All over his Instagram and his website, you will be seeing the different clients who've worked with him in the past, whether it's bodybuilding or just maintaining a healthy lifestyle or working towards a certain goal in a sport and making sure you make weight. Brian is a guy I trust for every single different category and facet that fitness surrounds. There's nothing more important than liking what you see in the mirror and liking how you feel when you wake up every day. So head over to his website and get this process started. Awesome. All right, well, let's get straight into it, man. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your childhood growing up?
So I have two parents that are still together.
Okay.
It's been relatively good marriage. Got a little brother. Grew up in the suburbs north of Seattle. I was first born till I was 5. We lived in Linwood, over just off over 44th area. I don't exactly remember.
Yeah, Linwood's a great spot.
That way over there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was okay. I was a kid. I didn't really care.
Okay.
It was just a house. I lived there. Had 2 dogs. It's like, nope, man, living. So yeah, things were good. Got into school a year early because my parents.
As a young child.
As a young child, yeah.
Is this because you were hooked on phonics, or you love Sesame Street? What was it?
The family therapist was just kind of like, you got to put this kid in school because he's gonna get bored at home, pretty much. And so they just dropped me into school. So that was it was it's all right. It's a fat little kid. I'm not gonna lie. I did some sports, but they weren't I don't know, super intensive. I did gymnastics and I did taekwondo.
You did gymnastics?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. My sister did gymnastics. I used to go and help sometimes, but I never did gymnastics myself.
Yeah, I mean, it was Pee-wee gymnastics. Okay. So it's, run and do a handstand or run and do a cartwheel. It's like jumping off the springboards and stuff like that, balance beams, just the super basic stuff, just like kid coordination kind of things.
Yeah, how to center your gravity, understanding balance.
Yeah, exactly.
Fundamentals of your mastering your body is what I usually call it.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, my parents put me into that because from the time that I was super little, I mean, I was climbing trees, pretty much as soon as I figured how to walk, I was climbing stuff. It's couches, tables, trees, everything, just up.
Okay.
So they were like, we got to put this kid into something physical, otherwise he's just gonna go ape shit in the house, cause problems. Yeah. Can I swear on this?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we get shitty here.
All right, bet. So yeah, it was just dropped me into gymnastics, and I liked it. It was good. I think I ended up stopping when I got into school because the little kids are always like, gymnastics is for girls, and I was a spineless little creature.
Yeah, they're little bums.
Yeah, they're little bitches about it. And yeah, so I was like, all right, I guess gymnastics is for girls then. Mom, I don't want to do gymnastics anymore, and I stopped. Which is a shame.
That's one of the reasons why I didn't do gymnastics, because I got told that it was for girls.
Totally, yeah.
And I was like, I'll get to hang out with my sister on the springboard and not tell people. Yeah. So I was really into doing front handsprings, front flips. Yeah. I did it a couple times when I was snowboarding growing up, but nothing more than that. I had a trampoline in my backyard.
Nice.
So I would love to just jump on that.
Ripping. Yeah.
I didn't spend too much time in gymnastics, but my sister, she definitely did gymnastics for a while, and and then it switched to horseback riding.
Nice, dude. Horseback riding's fun.
Yeah.
That's a good time. That's a really good time.
How long did you continue doing gymnastics for?
I'd say probably 3-4 years.
3-4 years,
something
and
like that. Yeah.
people were negative and
They were
gave
negative.
you some shitty peer pressure.
Yeah, give me some shit about it. But I was one of those kids that liked pink, and I was told that wasn't okay either. So it was one of those it was one of those things that everybody was all, this is girl shit, boy shit, and then I just listened.
Okay.
I don't know. We're adults now, so I'm like,
I wear
pink's a
dope
fucking color, bro.
Yeah.
I wish I continued in gymnastics. Kind of, I mean, I dabbled in like parkour and whatnot in high school, and kind of like playing with that style of just like free motion and movement. And I still really enjoy doing that kind of stuff. I'm pretty much, even now, anytime I see like a rock face or a wall or something that I was like, I could probably end up on top of that, and I give it a shot. Worst case scenario, fall off.
Yeah.
So, a lot of fun stuff like that. As a little kid, I was very driven by knowledge. And I, even to this day, like, I was raised sort of, not necessarily like raised by a grandparent, but like my parents worked a lot. Just, we weren't poor necessarily, but we weren't exactly comfortable.
Okay.
So
you're on the low end of the totem pole.
Low end of the
not
totem
like the
pole.
lowest end,
yeah, exactly.
or on the ground, but like on the lower end of the totem pole.
Yeah, like we never needed food stamps or anything like that. Like we always had food, water, heat, all the necessities. But
you were in the working class.
Yes, not a whole lot outside of that. So my parents were working a lot, so I was raised by babysitters for the most part. And one of which was a family friend's dad, and he was a biology professor at UW. And so he would come over to the house and take me into the backyard, and we would flip over rocks and logs and all that sort of stuff. And he'd be like, "This bug is this bug is that." And I knew all the Latin names for the insects in my backyard, like before I even knew how to read.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was cool. And I was always raised like that, like I didn't watch cartoons growing up. I was raised on nature documentaries and PBS and that sort of educational content.
So smart people stuff.
Yeah, smart people stuff.
Very
sort
cool.
of. It was good, and I'm super thankful for it now. Just because it set me up well to have that thirst for knowledge young, which I think is something really important, that people have, that just going throughout the world, it's like, getting complacent with what is kind of worthless.
Absolutely.
It's like always chase new information, always look for something new. You see something, you're like, I don't know anything about that. You should learn something about that. Even if just a little bit, just dip your toes in the water, keep cracking at it.
Yes, I completely agree. I really had a difficult time not trying to learn every single thing possible. If I had a question in my mind, I wanted to find the answer.
Exactly.
Not that I obsessed over it or anything.
Yeah.
But I definitely wanted to seek new information.
Totally.
And thankfully, I did that my entire life so far, because after a few brain injuries, concussions, some bad falls, and hitting my head and stuff like that, I wasn't able to retain everything, and I have stuttering issues now after the last head injury I got that was pretty severe.
Yeah.
Bouncing your head off the concrete in violent instances does a lot of damage, such as getting punched in the face in boxing, or your head bounced off the canvas in mixed martial arts stuff.
Totally.
So being able to try to pursue things and try to retain them your whole life is essential, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Especially as a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
What other sports do you play?
I wasn't a huge ball sport kid. It was more the individual things. So, I always like
extreme chess. No chairs.
Right. Just wall sits.
That's
how you did it, I was it was, rock climbing, outdoors, that sort of, I wasn't really a team sport kind of kid. I didn't always get along with the kids in school. So
how so? Is that because they pressured you and it let you know right now there's wolves around me?
Sort of. Yeah. I got bullied a lot.
Why?
Well, I was a fat, awkward little nerd child.
Okay.
So it definitely, I didn't have the and I wasn't really raised the same as everybody else. Everybody else grew up watching SpongeBob and Gumball and all these
pop culture things.
Yeah, exactly. All these popular cartoons, and I didn't. so like I kind of separated myself, not necessarily intentionally, but like I was always different and I wasn't curious in the same sort of things. Like all the boys wanted to go play basketball or football and stuff like that. And I was perfectly happy digging holes in the, like just finding a patch of dirt, digging holes and like looking for bugs and stuff. So like, I got teased just because I was like the weird nature kid, And I don't
Being
know.
a nature kid is awesome.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like nowadays, that's the shit. Back then, apparently not. So fucking like, kids are brutal and
they usually were direct reflections of what their parents
exactly, yeah.
are, or what their parents aren't.
Yes.
Like if they're not present, they're
They're
gonna have those guide rails pulled down, and they're gonna explore, do more exploratory things, and maybe even strike out against other people.
Yeah, exactly.
Easily.
Exactly. Yeah. So there was a lot of that, and also I just like my social skills weren't fantastic. Just because I don't know, I wouldn't say I'm not a social person, but I'm definitely not like comfortable in a super social environment. Like I can.
Have your hands started sweating yet?
Yes.
Okay. I'm saying me
like,
too. It's okay. It's all good.
Yeah.
That's why I tell people to bring whatever they want to drink when they sit down with me, because I get super nervous as well.
Yeah.
I still have really bad social anxiety and normally people are like, "What? Are you serious?" Yes, I have social anxiety. A lot of people have, and I don't use anxiety lightly. I don't like that word at all. I would. The better way to say it is I'm scared of putting myself out there a lot, because I was at one point in my life bullied a lot as well.
Totally, yeah.
But that was before I learned how to react properly to bullies, and the best way is just to punch them right in the face.
Yeah, exactly.
And not always. Not always. I'm not gonna sit here and preach violence for the sake of violence, but retribution is a great lesson
for sure.
People, especially when their parents aren't spanking them as a child growing up. I got spanked, so I knew you don't bully people. I knew you didn't pick on people, but I got spanked only when I was really bad.
Yeah.
And so it's really important to understand the difference between combating bad people, and I don't want to put out the wrong message.
Right. Yeah.
But if you're
getting bullied, stand up for yourself.
If you're being bullied, stand up for yourself, and especially as an adult.
Oh, absolutely.
Or with your family, if your family's bullying you or trying to coerce you into doing things that you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Make your voice heard, and if they don't hear your voice, might
make
employ those pistols.
Those
pistols, yes.
I like that.
Gun violence for no reason is stupid, so I say use your fists instead.
Absolutely.
We can work with that, right?
Yeah.
So you were bullied a lot.
Yeah.
Did it slow down or get worse, or what happened?
It did both a little bit. As over the course, I mean, childhood I think of as like 18 back.
Okay.
So it definitely slowed once I got into middle school. It's like
29.
You gotta have a child in your heart,
5 years old.
Yeah, never let go of that inner child. It keeps you young. But yeah, I think it got really bad through third through sixth grade was really bad. Because I tested into the high cap program at my school, and so I was in the advanced learning programs all the way through elementary school, which like sounds cool, but it's more like the super elitist like parents who are just like, my child is going to go to private schools their whole life and they're going to live this academic uber concentrated lifestyle.
They know, like we know exactly what our kid's going to be all the way up until they die.
Yeah, exactly. The cookie cutter helicopter parents that just like don't let their kids be kids.
That's horrible.
So there was a lot of, you don't belong here, you're stupid, or you're too stupid to be in this class, like why are you even here? So there's a lot of like that kind of thing. And I don't know if it's a real thing, or if it's one of those like new age words that somebody came up with to feel better about themselves. But like my therapist said that I have a thing called dyscalculia, which is basically dyslexia for numbers. So like math to me makes no fucking sense. Like I look at a sheet of numbers and equations and shit, it just no.
Well, then maybe I have both, because if I see numbers and
bro.
letters, bam,
it's over. Yeah.
You see what's next to me?
Totally lost.
Numbers and letters.
Yeah. Exactly.
God, yeah, become an electrician, they said.
So much math.
So you can't associate numbers when they're together. It's difficult for you to understand a breakdown.
It's difficult, yeah. It's
Okay.
like I can work through it, but it takes a lot longer. Like
Was algebra easier
no,
because of the letters integration? No.
geometry was easy for
Okay.
me because I had pictures.
Okay.
Like I'm a knuckle dragger, bro.
Hey.
Like I see a picture, I'm like, now we're talking.
Diagram.
I've got something physical to like
You'd be
trace
great
with
working
my
on
fingers.
elevators.
You know.
You should think about a career change.
Yeah.
Oh man, I definitely have had since I was a kid issues with numbers and letters. They tried with glasses.
Totally.
They tried drugging me with ADHD pills.
Mhm.
But I don't know what's called
Yeah,
Adderall and a bunch
Ritalin,
of just
Adderall.
anything that has pretty much synthetic meth in it.
Totally.
And all it did was make me super depressed and feel my stomach feel sick. So the lettering didn't improve,
Nope.
and my handwriting didn't improve,
Nope.
and me it just
It
didn't
just
click.
doesn't work.
So I got a lot of shit from
Totally.
other kids growing up because my handwriting still look like crap. Like
Mhm.
I'm the only one who can read it. It's
Yeah,
not
fuck
chicken
it.
scratch, it's Eddie scratch. It's worse.
There you
It's
go.
worse than chicken scratch. Chicken scratch was in the same way.
Yeah.
I go all over the place.
Yeah, there you go.
So these kids were bullying you
Yeah.
because you weren't
Because I wasn't good at math.
because you
pretty
didn't
much.
meet their parents' standards pretty
Exactly.
much. Because
Yeah.
children only do what they're shown and taught.
Exactly. Yeah. The other, other parents, some of the parents were cool, and I got along with those children, oddly enough, so those parents were like, and I like toot my own horn a little bit here, but like, those parents would be like, like Jacob's really bright,
Mhm.
like why, like it is astonishing how much, like how little credit he gets in class. And a lot of it was also because like I didn't really apply myself in school ever at any point until like I got out of high school. Because like I was constantly beat down. So like even if I tried, it got kind of thrown back in my face by students and teachers alike. So I never really tried in school. I would listen to the teacher enough to get enough information to pass the test at the end of the quarter or whatever, but never really like I didn't do homework, and I didn't study outside of school. Like school was not ever a priority for me.
Mhm.
And I did poorly, but I passed. Like I just kind of skated along the top. It just wasn't a remarkable experience for me. I think just because so young, learning became a bad thing. Like despite what my parents were trying to teach me about, like you should always learn and always, pursue knowledge. And Papa Jim, he's dead now, but he, the biology professor had a saying that he says you should always be a scholar and a gentleman. And I'm like, damn straight.
Yeah,
So
gentleman and a scholar. I gave that those nice words. I've used those nice words quite a few times when I'm complimenting people.
Yeah.
And I don't think I fit the scholar part very well whatsoever. So I always be like, "Oh yeah, you're a gentleman and a scholar," and I'm like, I'll get the same compliment as one. I say, definitely not. Not a chance.
I don't know about a scholar.
Not the way my brain's set up. Yeah, you put a gun in my hand and tell me to
right
some shit up, I can figure it out.
There you go.
I don't know about that whole scholar
the
thing.
word thing. Yeah.
So school was poor for you
rough.
because of the abhorrent example that these kids were shown to their parents, and then the teachers as well.
Yeah. My 5th grade teacher told my mom straight out, "There's no point in sending him to school. He shouldn't be here."
Yeah,
like
sounds like
that. It was ugly.
Bitch is
Horrible teacher. And I've heard from people since that there are more than one case of her actively bullying students in class, and
it's pathetic.
It's really sad. Teachers have a very important role in society, and
they see more kids than most adults do.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
Absolutely, and they shape the way that kids view the world,
and themselves.
Absolutely. So yeah, that was a lot of it. I got bullied for being fat. I got bullied for being stupid. So there's just a lot of the basic, shallow, insignificant things that you get over once you push through that.
But at the time, it was like
it's pretty debilitating, and it screws you. It screws with you a lot. But I'm thankful for a lot of it now, because it lit a fire under my ass once I started to look back at that with reverence instead of hatred. Once I was able to look back at all those times, and all the times that people called me fat, all the times that people called me stupid, all the times people called me weak, and I'm like, all right, you can say that. I'll raise you bet and I'm going to prove you wrong. And so then I've been, taking that and just putting foot to ass and proving those people wrong,
That's
and
good.
that is sort of what drove me through middle school to start pursuing music.
Okay.
Because music was always a big thing for me. I loved music. I loved dancing. Even when I was like a toddler and whatnot, my parents would turn on music in the car and I'd like conduct with my finger.
Do you play orchestra or band?
Orchestra. Yeah, I played the violin.
Me too.
Yeah, buddy, let's go.
I was in honor orchestra.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Nice.
Big deal. Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
I play the violin, cello, the piano.
Nice.
A little bit of the drums.
Nice.
And a little bit of guitar.
That's what's up, dude.
And I was in choir. I was in.
There you go.
Honor. I did a bunch of solos. I did the Young Americans music festival thing where they show up and they say, all right, we got 3 days to put together a concert, and I had like 4 solos in it. I got the special award in front of the whole
damn
place.
boy.
I got thrown in a lot of things. My mother wanted me to thrive.
That's dope.
My stepfather was in the military and I'm working a lot, but he also wanted me to thrive
for sure.
And I wanted to make people proud.
For sure.
I was like, oh, I'm doing it all. I was forced to be. People call me charismatic now, and I think it really makes me uncomfortable to hear positive thing about myself still.
Yeah, no,
but
totally.
I started to look back and say, you know what? I had a little bit of charisma.
You did that.
It was because my parents forced me to do these things that I didn't necessarily want to do at the time.
Yeah.
But they at least made me try them.
For sure.
And then quit if I wanted to.
Absolutely.
And I don't like to quit, but I quit a lot of shit.
I'm with you.
Like Taekwondo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
I quit that.
Yeah.
So So do you still play often or what?
Not violin as much. I play guitar from time to time. So yeah, I've played violin. I've played piano. I did 12 years of piano. That was the longest instrument that I played was piano. I fell out of that though. I need to get back to it. Piano's fun.
Piano is fun. I think it's one of the most beautiful instruments in the world.
Incredible the sound that you can create with the piano. So yeah, I played piano, guitar, violin. I diddled around with bass, because it's just so similar to a guitar. You just kind of like pick it up, figure it out. Where's the frets?
What is it? Does it just drop down a couple octaves, or
basically, yeah, and thump out a decent rhythm. It's pretty intuitive, especially most bass lines are just like frets 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Bum 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 bum, and that's like about all you're gonna get. So
yeah,
it's fun stuff like that. My buddies in Boy Scouts were drumline.
What troop were you a part of?
309.
I was in 312.
Oh.
Yeah, the bigger number means we're cooler.
How many awards did you guys get?
I got sent. No, I'm joking. I got sent into a lot of leadership roles in Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
Because my stepdad at the time was in the military.
Yeah.
And then he'd come home.
Yeah.
And be like, all right, we're going to go do all the outings. We're doing all the hikes. We're doing all the adventures. And even if I'm not doing the adventures, you do all the adventures. So I went on every single hike. I went on every.
That's awesome.
I'd scaled giant hills with 80 pounds on my back at a very young age, easily. And
totally.
Plenty of energy because I was always trying to aspire to be the best at this.
Up,
starting fires was easy for me.
For sure, yeah, totally.
My stepdad has a whole lot of bad stories about me at Boy Scout. Can't get in trouble. There was one time I had my knife taken from me because someone threatened me with a knife, and I was like, I'm gonna cut you before you cut me. And then he snitched first.
What
so took away my toad and shit, so I can't carve wood with my knife. So I went and bought another knife and carved anyways.
There you go.
But I was a little rebel.
Yeah.
And I think not a lot of people understand the value that having a young man or a young woman in Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts can do.
Absolutely.
My wife's aunt Carissa is super awesome with him. She does all the camps, all the adventures.
Totally.
The Disneyland trips when they sell enough cookies, they go to Disneyland.
Shit.
Like they
That's
go
crazy.
all out, and I just want to give a shout out to her. She's super awesome.
Oh, yeah,
but
no, absolutely.
Did you go on a lot of hikes?
Every single one.
Okay.
Every single one. Yeah, I was the same.
Oh
way.
Yeah, nature boy. I forgot,
bro. So. I was in those mountains. Yeah, I love nature, and I loved getting out there, and I loved hiking around. And the guys were fun. We were a very, I didn't really experience a whole lot of other troops, so I can't really super compare.
You go to Fire Mountain?
Yeah, I did.
I was
Fire
probably
Mountain.
One of the camp counselors for you.
No shit.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, I did Fire Mountain as an OA initiate. So that was like my first time at Fire Mountain.
Yeah, I got to stay in the cabins as soon as you pull into the camp on the right.
I was jealous about
I had horrible allergy attacks, but I was still doing cooking.
Yeah.
I would put on events for the kids. Obviously there's different themes and stuff because
Totally,
we're
yeah.
talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds
Yeah,
and stuff.
absolutely.
So we did different themes. I was helping spray paint the rocks so they could
Fuck
do
yeah.
fake gold mining in the river.
There you
Like,
go.
I went all out with.
Oh, dude, that's
and
sick.
I got to do flag burning ceremonies.
Yes.
And
oh my god.
We talked. I spent a lot of time around other kids whose parents were deployed,
Yeah.
and it really did help me learn to cope with.
Yeah.
Military servitude and the importance of self-sacrifice.
Totally.
Just so somebody else can, and not necessarily like, oh, I'm going to give up everything and I'm going to talk about giving it up all the time.
Yeah, no.
But
to do
giving
it,
up a little bit of you for a lot of bit of something else.
Exactly.
Way bigger than us.
Absolutely.
So I learned leadership really young.
That's good.
Did you do any super major hikes, like 40-mile hikes or anything like that?
Not the 40-milers. I did the canoe trip where we did all of Ross Lake.
All of
Ross Lake. So we came, we put in at Diablo and then rode up Diablo, chartered over the dam, and then rode all the way into Canada.
Cool.
So yeah, that was a fun trip, and I would absolutely love to do that.
You didn't go off the falls up in Canada, the Niagara Falls?
No.
It's probably horrible geographic reference right there.
Yeah, not even close. 2,000-3,000 miles. It's okay.
Yeah.
We still love you. But yeah, it's so yeah, those were fun. I liked the tall hikes more than the long ones.
So yeah, steep inclines,
heavy
load.
Yeah, that was my jam. Mount St. Helens is probably one of my most fond memories of hiking. Just because it was, I mean, you get to the top of St. Helens and it's up there a good way. So you're at the point where the sky is changing color because there's less oxygen and whatnot. And yeah, just looking out over the valley and just endless miles and miles and miles of trees. That kind of beauty is absolutely unmatched by anything that man could ever possibly create.
I completely agree.
So, those are, I dare say, spiritual moments when you're out there in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and it's just you and nature. And you're just looking out at the world that's around you and you're just completely awestruck.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm gonna have to buy some hiking boots. We're gonna have to go on a hike or something.
Oh, dude.
I'll bring Rand's little brother and we can go on. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
There's hikes. He can survive.
Dude.
Right now he's doing a stream cut so he can get on the football team right now because he didn't anticipate being on football. But now he's doing all his conditioning within 3 weeks. Yeah, he's got some pounds to lose.
That's some wrestling shit.
Well, I'm also having to lift weights and stuff like that, so it's not total just. And I'm not having him chew gum and spit it out. I'm not doing water deprivation or anything. He's actually upped his water ridiculously. So hopefully it continues in a great way. I'm having him stretch every hour on the hour.
Good.
Whole lot of good nutrients, but he's burning off every single calorie that doesn't need to not die, pretty much.
Totally, yeah.
So he's doing a great job. He's only 10 years old, and he's committed to his goal. He said, hey, I really want to do this. And I said, okay, are you sure? Think about it on the way home, 10 minutes into the drive, he said, I want to do this. So he's going through the extreme weight cut, but he loved.
That's badass.
He can probably do 10 miles easily.
Oh, bet.
He walked 6 in the first couple hours when I woke up. And when I finally made contact with him today, because he works 24/7 on his goal right now. So unless he's asleep or eating or pooping or showering, he's on the treadmill, walking while watching TV, learning about new things, or
that's badass.
Eating or obviously stretching.
That's badass.
Every hour on the hour.
There you go. Yeah.
Unless he's asleep, of course. But that he can probably get down with us. I'd do at least 10 miles. Yeah, easy. He did 6. He did 6 when I made contact with him this morning. So
there you go. Yeah,
he can do 10 with. I'll make him hold some stuff. I don't know.
That's badass.
Hold our ammo. We'll just bust caps. I'll pick up all the brass because I care about nature.
There you go. Absolutely, yeah. If you're in the woods and you're shooting, pick up your fucking brass, or I will hunt you down.
Don't be a bump, or get it in a bucket or something and leave it there for somebody who reloads. But get it up.
Pick your shit up. Yeah, that is. Right, so I mean, honestly, throwing on kit. It's like your plate carrier, your belt, and your rifle. Taking all that with you on a hike, plus a backpack.
Do you get some weird looks?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's really important, especially when you're fishing, to have a rifle because you never know when a shark's going to just jump up and,
Hey man, those mountain sharks, bro.
ISIS and shoot you.
Mountain sharks are a problem. You got to take them out. Especially Granite Falls. Mountain sharks are missing teeth.
Yeah.
They're cooking weird things in the forest.
So, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of weird shit out there, and your little 38
shit.
ain't not gonna stop a cougar
No,
or something
sir.
like that.
No, sir.
You need something with some bang.
Exactly. Plus, it's it's getting comfortable with your gear, finding out what works, what doesn't.
Mhm.
You never really know how stuff feels on your body until you really put it to the test. So like whenever I get a new backpack or a new hiking pants, new boots or anything like that, one of the like first things that I do is I stress test the fuck out of it. So I'll throw it, I'll throw that on. I'll throw, my laundry hamper into the backpack or whatever, and I'll just walk around the neighborhood for an hour or two. I'll jump up and I'll do like jumping jacks in the backyard and just kind of like, I'll just fuck it up basically just to see like what is this capable of? Am I gonna hurt myself? Does this, what needs to be adjusted and shit like that? And I've
also, if one thing that's really important to stress about this action for those who are listening, how do you know it's not gonna break when you're out there? Like whatever it is you're doing.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that I believe that it's good to be a part of some weird militia that has political ties that thinks that it's a good idea to overthrow the government, because I don't agree with that whatsoever. But what I can say is this: if you have like camo and stuff in your back, like I use my camo and stuff to play games at the family reunion with the kids, and,
there you
and
go.
blend in with my ghillie suits.
Yeah.
To play hide and go seek tag with the kids.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I give them treats and stuff like that.
That's
so
sick.
making them see that it's okay to have gear and use it in an appropriate way.
Absolutely.
But if you don't know your shit works, like that was also a stress test for me too. Me sprinting in my nighttime. I'm not gonna say what color combination I use, but in my nighttime stuff, and me running at kids with that in the middle of the night, I'm like 10 feet in front of them. And all they hear is barely me running up, and then I show up right in front of them. I've tagged 3 kids. I jumped over a table to try to get a couple more, and the adults are just like, where the hell did he come from? And it's not because I'm black, it's because I blend in. So blend in, motherfuckers.
There you go.
Me and my buddy, my buddy on Tilo, my buddy Tilo came up and visited us, and he put on the ghillie suit, and he was calling out their movements.
Oh my god,
we had signals.
Awesome.
We had a giant field across, and I was and people parking a giant U.
Yeah.
And so they were supposed to stay out of there, and they were trying to hide. Oh my god. And I stress tested the shit out of my gear. It was great. My stuff is waterproof. Love it.
Yeah.
But not my shoes. They let water out of them. They got holes in the side of them.
There you go. That's good.
But yeah, you need to stress test your gear. If you
Absolutely.
don't, and that shit rips,
oh, you're
how
fucked.
stupid are you gonna look with your dick and balls hanging out, or your vagina? Okay, because everybody wears gear.
Everybody tacks up, man.
Tell me a little bit about the transition from middle school to high school, because you've been, so far what I understand, you've been bullied the entire time,
basically,
by some, I'm not going to call them jackasses, but for
lack of a better term,
complete jackasses, because they just follow their parents' lead blindly, disregarding the things they're learning on how to be a good person, sober, moral, prudent, posturing human being that cares about others, and they're ignoring all that and deciding to be an asshole anyway, which is what a lot of people try to say, like, oh, my parents were alcoholics, or this was, oh, my parents, my parents were, abusive, or this and that, so I need to be, shut the fuck up.
No,
you can make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a competition on who had the worst life.
So they're assholes. They're assholes too. They're jackasses too. Yeah,
absolutely.
So you were bullied by the entire time by these people.
Yeah.
What was the transition from middle school to high school? Did something change? I know as the hormones come in, we as men, as young men, on average, I'm not going to put out no stats out there. I would say honestly, just from what I perceived, at least 50% of us either turn into warriors, or
victims.
Not warriors, aka the victims, right? Victims. So you're either, and not necessarily like saying, "Oh, my ego's bigger than your ego. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna bully you." No, but being a warrior as far as standing up to your people try to oppress you or treat you bad. It's like human nature almost for young men. Once their testosterone gets flowing, the temper's rising. There's ladies around you that are developing as well. Your pheromones are in the air. You're trying to impress people.
Everybody's fucking horny, man.
Everybody's fucking horny.
It's a bad time, man. Like, it's ugly.
As a young man, don't like wearing jeans with a belt is a tough thing to do at school, because I remember this might be TMI, but like we're young men. We have urges. Yeah. We pop random boners throughout the day, like 100 times a day. So shit's weird, right? Shit's weird. Did you become violent, or were you on the calm side?
I got violent.
Yeah, I thought so.
I can
tell.
I
can tell. I know you.
Yeah, I always struggled with anger. That's always been a big thing for me.
Do you do deep breathing exercises?
Now I do.
Okay.
Yeah, as in of like the last like 2 years has
Thank
been
God.
like a post. It took COVID basically to like work on my shit, become a good human being instead of like the asshole degenerate thing that I was becoming.
Yeah, I actually have something saved in my phone. I want to read it off a little bit later and ask you about that.
Yeah. But yeah, the going into middle school or going into high school from middle school was ugly to say the least. Because my first relationship, like real relationship, was 8th grade at the end of 8th grade.
Okay. Tell me about
And
it.
that I mean, so
Or don't. It's
I was
okay.
not. No,
I'm
no,
not.
no.
Like I said, I'm not here to ask any question that makes
Totally.
you too uncomfortable. If it throws you in a bad spot, just be like, I'm not talking about
No, we're
this.
good. So it was I was oblivious mainly to the social workings of school because like I still kind of stayed in that like I don't really have friends.
Okay.
Like I have people that I'm very close with, and I'm honestly still very close with some of these people.
Good.
But I was never popular.
Okay.
I would say I was in
So
high
you were not a
school.
social butterfly.
No, sir. I was popular adjacent. Like I knew some of the popular kids. I just didn't hang out with them. It was not my jam.
So
I
you weren't a
didn't.
politician in the popularity contest.
Fuck no,
You were
man.
kind of just
I was just
around.
off to
You
the
were a
yeah.
voter.
I
Okay.
existed, bro.
Me
That
too.
was the thing. So I ended up dating the school thought in 8th grade, not knowing that it was the school thought. And
Okay.
she's supposedly she's gotten her shit together, as most of us did. But at that time, I was judged heavily. But
Oh,
it
so they
was
called you like
oh,
a
bro, they were.
simp and
Well, not necessarily. It was more about just like, really, bro, you're dating her, and I'm like,
oh, she
yeah,
had
because
they
she's
were
a
slut shaming her because she was experiencing
yeah,
her
yeah,
she
her
was like, yeah,
sexuality,
just getting around
yeah,
with sexuality.
exactly. And
I
I
think
and
that's
I
the
was like,
stupidest shit, man.
it's dumb because
Sexuality should be celebrated.
absolutely, and I was even saying, then I was like, she's a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like her a lot, and she's fun to hang out with. We get along.
Mm-hmm.
We like a lot of the same stuff.
Was the
So
relationship
what's the fucking
exclusive?
problem? Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
fuck.
Yes, until the sort of beginning of the end.
Okay.
She did
So
cheat
you
on
guys
me.
had a great time for a little bit,
It
and then
was
it
good
turned
for a bit,
sour.
and then she strayed,
Okay.
and then things kind of collapsed after that
What do you
because
mean straight?
I sort of she cheated on me.
You know what?
Um,
I'm sorry that happened to you, man.
thank you. It's a it's character building. I say now it's
Character
character building.
building.
Every little trial, tribulation, suffering that you go throughout your life, everything that takes a chip off of your block, it's just character building. You don't build statues by just looking at them.
No,
You build
you
statues by
definitely
beating
don't.
the living
You gotta
shit out
get
of
rid
them.
of some of that.
So
You gotta cut that slab down.
exactly.
But that being said, like it was hard for me to understand how people cannot just have the courage. And I got into a pretty big conversation the other day on social media with some people about this statement because I say, hey, man, if you're like if you are a man and you cheat on your significant other, you're not a man, you're a bitch.
Damn straight.
Because and I even claimed it afterwards. I said what I said.
I said what
I said. Like and I really stand by this. If anybody disagrees with me, please reach out. Let's talk about why you're not one. If you have the courage to say, you know what, I'm gonna be a man, man, someone that I'm gonna be a natural born leader that my son or daughter can look up to and trust that I'm gonna protect her when her boyfriend cheats on her, and I'm gonna help her through that with her mother, or her nurturing mother, or whatever natural role we feel into, because she might be disciplined. You might have a lady that's the fucking alpha in the relationship, and I think that's awesome. Yeah. But fit your roles wherever they are.
Exactly, for sure.
If you cannot sit there as a man and say, you know what, I love you so much, and then fuck somebody else and call it a mistake, or blame it on the alcohol. No. Man, I've been bullshit, so fucked up before. Yeah. Like if you have these thoughts coming in your head saying, I want to fuck somebody else, and you don't express that to your partner, you're failing in communicating. What type of person are you supposed to be respected as? And you say, I'm a man. You're clinging to this idea of strength. Integrity. As far as societal standards go. Yeah. the status quo is strength, integrity, honor,
Absolutely.
being a upstanding person in society,
Absolutely.
defending your home,
Yeah, absolutely.
being a provider. We fit all these roles as far as societal standards go.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that we're supposed to, but
Yeah.
if you sit there and you say you're a man,
Yeah.
and you say, okay, I
You
love
know.
you, you're the mother of my children, and
Yeah.
cheat on her, or you say, oh, we're creating a child together, and I'm gonna
Right.
go
Yeah.
fuck somebody else. You're not a
It's
man, you're a bitch.
despicable.
And
Yeah.
I have a real tough time keeping people in my life once they do cheat,
Absolutely.
because Jesus Christ, it's really difficult for me to respect you as a man. Not only that, but how am I supposed to trust you?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
if you hold your word so lightly, how do I know? Like, let's say things come down to it. Like I have a very, very colorful background in my life. If I would have ever been snitched on, I would still be in jail for my teenage years to this day, and I'd probably be in jail for another 10 years at least. If it wasn't for these great people around me who understood the importance of not snitching and loyalty and integrity and honoring your word of saying, I'm not going to snitch on you no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take our relationship and our secrets to the grave.
Absolutely.
Because that's what honor is.
Absolutely.
I'd be in jail right now. I wouldn't have a job. I would never serve this country. I would have never had a great experience.
Yeah.
I would have never been in my sister's life right now.
Totally.
My wife's life. My wife's little brother's life.
Yeah.
Integrity is a thing. So
Absolutely.
if you're a man and you betray your woman, in my eyes, and I don't want to judge, but you're a bitch.
You're a bitch. Yeah.
You're a
no.
bitch.
You've not only violated the trust in that relationship, but you violated the trust of everybody that you're around. Yeah. You've shown that you do not have the strength to maintain a single line of loyalty, and that's
honesty to be honest with yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, to be like, damn, I'm having these thoughts. What do I do with this? It's like, you know what you fucking do about it? You talk about it.
Yeah.
You tell somebody, hey, I'm having these thoughts. It's okay to have those thoughts. Acting on it is a completely different story.
We're all human beings, and we're not meant to be in monogamous relationships. No. As far as like our human body,
no, yeah.
It's going to have weird urges.
Totally.
I've worked really hard over the years to make it. So I don't even think I have urges anymore for that.
That's good. That's awesome, man.
And it took me years of focusing on, my relationship, focusing on the things my wife's done for me, being grateful.
Yeah.
And like, I don't check out women anymore. Like, I don't even, people ask me, like, oh man, look, she's hot. I look away. Like, I actively make efforts to not do that. But that's me. And I'm not here to judge.
Totally. Yeah.
But I really can't respect people who cheat, man. No, I cannot. Because you can't be honest with yourself. Say,
totally,
hey, I want to fuck other people.
Yeah.
There's I don't even know how to pronounce it. Polyamorous? That shit.
That
yes,
one. Yeah.
That one. There's so many different relationships you can do, man.
Bro, yeah.
So many.
Totally.
Just be honest with yourself. Say,
exactly.
Hey, but more than that, be honest with possibly the future mother or father of your child.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna have them, be honest with yourself in the face of how your children are gonna view you in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, I want to fuck other people. If I go right now to my wife and say that, we're gonna have a peaceful divorce. We're not gonna argue.
Yeah.
And we're gonna split up. And you know what? That doesn't mean I'm ever gonna stop looking out for her.
Absolutely.
But I don't feel that, so I'm not gonna vocalize that
for sure
because I don't feel.
You don't feel it. Yeah.
Just speak up, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Be better, hoe.
Yeah. Be better, bitches.
Be better, whore. But as a society, we judge prostitutes.
We do.
Strippers, we look down upon them.
We do.
They're honest with who the fuck they are.
Damn straight, bro.
Maybe you should judge the people in your circle. I'm gonna say that for anyone who's listening to this. I hope this is funny and you laugh a little bit. But don't blame the strippers and prostitutes. They're honest with who they are.
Yeah.
Blame your ex.
Yeah.
And not the person they cheat on you with.
Yeah.
Blame
exactly.
them.
Blame them.
They know.
They made that mistake.
Let it lie at their feet.
Exactly.
So this person cheated on you.
Cheated on me. Yep. Yep. Whore. First relationship, bro. Whore. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. If you're out there, I hope you got your shit figured out.
No.
But we are not speaking again.
We're never. Respect yourself.
Respect yourself, respect me. We're not talking again, but I hope you got your shit figured out because I hold no hatred in my heart for anybody in my life.
All jokes aside.
So that first relationship kind of screwed things up a lot.
Yeah. This is your first relationship
ever.
Yeah, you don't have very good social skills being taught to you because your social experiences have been in school.
Yeah.
Other than the people that are looking out for you because your parents are working.
Yep.
And those experiences have been extremely negative because you're being bullied because of your appearance, which is not your job to supervise.
Yeah.
That's up between you and your parents. That's a personal thing.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
For a child. And now you're first ever intimate relationship with another human being, you are betrayed.
Yeah, pretty royally. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was ugly. You know, the first heartbreak, I would argue,
Did you go
hurts
emo?
the worst. Oh, brother. Woo!
It was a joke.
Oh.
Don't tell the truth.
Oh, bro. Hey, listen, we're here to speak the truth.
Okay.
I was black hair, black eyeliner,
Yeah.
3 Days Grace, the whole
I
fucking
love 3
shebang,
Days
man.
Grace. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Hey, 3 Days Grace goes hard, and I will die on that hill, bro. Emo music is tough.
Yeah, I get down with it,
dude.
I had a bunch of friends in middle school and in high school that were that lived a more goth lifestyle.
Yeah.
I think it's what it's called, being goth or emo. They like the color black. I like the color black. I am half black. Fuck it. Why not, right?
It's in my genes, bitch.
No, but I think that every single expression of your act of self-expression is good unless you're dishonoring another human being. So
absolutely.
I think that's awesome. Nothing wrong with it, man.
Yeah. No. So
what other music did you like?
Everything. And like that is not an exaggeration. I mean, like you put pretty much anything on the radio, I fuck with it.
Probably because you played instruments.
You know, yeah, exactly. I appreciate all music for what it is.
as Doc Holliday would say.
Yeah, right. Meh. Knuckle dragger educated. Okay. You know,
no, educated as far as how you enjoy music.
Yeah, absolutely,
so
absolutely.
You understand the sounds of symphony.
Yeah.
You love Beethoven, Bach.
Yeah.
You like Jay-Z. You dislike some of the new age shit because it doesn't have the soul it used to.
It doesn't.
But you also hope that it can get better in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a music enthusiast.
I'm a music enthusiast, you know, and I appreciate, you know, even the new age stuff. I appreciate what it does for people.
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate
that. I've seen the concerts with motherfuckers are head banging or rap music. I'm like,
you're like, all right, get out. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, I like all music, and I still do, and I always have. So you know, I just kind of I fell in with the emo groups. Okay. More so just because they were more accepting of weirdness.
Isn't that the craziest thing?
Right?
The people that are called weird or are socially outcasted in a lot of times, even in movies, as far as how popular you are in high school and stuff, are the most accepting.
They're the most genuine people.
Ain't that about a bitch? Assholes.
Yeah, no, seriously. So I mean, really, I fell in with that group. And it, you know, I split my time between groups. You know, like I had my emo friends, but I also I hung out with the Rugrats and the Hood kids.
Good.
You know, which they're, you know, Shoreline doesn't really have a hood. You know, so it is the wannabe gangsters and whatnot, and like that one 30-year-old gangbanger that hangs around the high school kids for whatever fucking reason. There's always one. You know, so
there's got to be a fresh recruitment, man.
Exactly. Yeah, I split my time between those two groups. Yeah, I mean, I fell in with those people just because it was more comfortable. You know, I could be myself, and I could be weird, and I could be edgy, and I could be depressed, and nobody judged me for it.
Did that help you with depression, not being at the time not being judged for it?
Being friends with those people, yes. The relationship I was in at the time, no. So I was one of those people who was chronically in a relationship through high school. Okay. You know, where pretty much
looking for something that you're missing.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to fill a hole in my own soul with somebody else's personality or somebody else's time. What do you think
caused that hole?
It's hard to tell, really. You know, I think a lot of it was self-consciousness and that idea of, you know, as a man, if you're not having sex and you're not getting bitches, you're nothing. You know, and I think I tried to fill that, you know, to make myself look better to other people. You know,
I hear about that on the internet a lot. I think they call it toxic masculinity or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's what it actually is. A lot of times it's portrayed as saying, "Hey, I like being a man," or you know, I have a dick and balls, and I'm gonna have sexual thoughts. And I think sexuality should be expressed as long as it doesn't harm other people.
Yeah.
But to hear you say that, it really brings up a lot of reminders for me, because as I grew up, everyone was in relationships all the time. You don't need to be in a relationship as a child.
No.
I think the most important relationship to have in your entire life is with yourself. You loving yourself, and not just masturbation or whatever the fuck, right? No. I know some of my future podcast guests, I plan on having people who are experts in sexual health are going to talk about masturbation, but I don't think that that's what I'm trying to say. I say love yourself. If you look in the mirror and you don't like what you see, change it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you look in if you hear a song and it makes you sad, find one
Yeah.
that makes you happy. Loving yourself
Totally.
could be
Yeah.
as simple as saying, "Hey, I could eat this pizza and it's going to taste really good,
Really good.
but I don't like the stomach that I have and I can't see my dick, so maybe I shouldn't."
Yeah.
Or adversely,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm super, because this was it
Yeah.
for me. Hey, I'm super skinny and uh, everybody called me a skinny loser.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should." That hurts me, and not
It
just because
does.
I
Yeah.
feel, not just because I say it, because I
Absolutely.
want to be muscular.
Yeah.
Why
Totally.
don't I try it out?
Yeah. Exactly.
So I
Exactly.
like me throwing caution to the wind. I went
Mm-hmm.
out and started doing exercise, hanging out with the jocks,
There you go.
and it was an immediate change. It wasn't like, oh, they were bullying me while I was hanging out with them like a
Yeah.
little
No.
simp ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
I got so much positive experience
Nice.
from just saying, "Hey, can you teach me how to play basketball?
Fuck yeah.
Hey, I like shooting hoops. Can I shoot hoops with you guys?"
Yeah.
And
That's
then I
fucking
learned
dope, dude.
how to navigate around a basketball court.
Nice,
I
man.
learned how to knock somebody over really really hard, and pretend it was on accident, and pass the ball to
Nice.
my boy and he
There
slam
you
dunks it.
go.
Like, I learned all these
Fuck
skills.
yeah.
So I think it coming out of your shell,
Totally.
it all is tied with
It
self
is.
love, and
It is.
bullying
Absolutely.
is really really a horrible inhibitor of
It is.
self love.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Um. Yeah. That. And I mentioned earlier that like through COVID, I've taken time to like for myself. That has been my number one goal. Has been like love yourself.
Yeah,
Stop fucking around with Tinder. Like I deleted Tinder,
I'm
bro.
happy for you.
I ignore. It's stupid. It's worthless. Like sure it's fun if whatever if you have
I
no
think if
goals
you
in
want to
life,
have
but like
like a lot of sexual relationships, and
yeah,
from what I've heard, a lot of it can be really shitty sexual
it's
relationships.
not great.
Um,
you know?
I always encourage other people to
Yeah,
go out and find that natural relationship. But if
absolutely.
you're gonna find it, stop looking. If you want a long term relationship, like forever
Exactly.
thing,
Yeah.
don't
Stop
look
looking.
for it.
Yeah.
It'll show
No.
up when it's supposed to show up, and you'll
Yeah.
know,
Straight. Yeah.
and you will know.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people have suffered heartbreak.
Yeah.
I think I say to them usually, stop looking for
Stop
love,
looking,
man,
bro. It's not gonna
or
happen.
girl,
Yeah. You
or
try to
friend, or
force it.
whatever the fuck.
It's
Don't
just
if
not gonna
you
work.
cannot force things
Nope.
that are supposed to be natural. You're
No,
naturally
sir.
supposed to be, for you to feel comfortable, for you
Yeah.
to have great sex, great orgasms, and more importantly, to be able to sleep next to somebody knowing that they're
Mm-hmm.
not going to steal from your home. It's a
Yeah.
big thing. I don't know how many boys
That's big.
they bust a nut, pass out, and then they
Bro,
wake up the
they get
next
their shit
day
robbed.
tied or
Yeah.
handcuffed, or home invasions
Yeah.
based off of Tinder.
Totally.
Not only that, and I'm not trying to diss Tinder, please don't sue me, but not only that, you cannot trust this person that's in your home.
No, not at all.
How do you know what their past history is?
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
they have, sexually transmitted disease, you don't know
Mm-hmm.
all that.
Mm-mm.
Sharing and every time you hook up with somebody, I truly believe if you don't guard your spirit, part of your spirit leaves that
Oh yeah,
person.
no, you lose a little bit of yourself for sure.
Yeah, and that's why I choose to invest my spirit with my partner in my life,
Mm-hmm.
my wife. I don't
Yeah.
even look at her as my wife anymore. She's my best friend
Yeah.
for the rest of my entire life.
Yeah.
And that's just my perspective. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people, I tell them you should not be in relationships. You should love yourself before you
Absolutely.
ever get in one.
Absolutely.
And just keep having sex and they're happy, and that's good.
Yeah.
I'm happy for them.
It's cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
better than Palmella Henderson.
Damn straight.
Moving on.
Moving on. Yeah, I mean, I heard a quote: if you're not happy single, you're never going to be happy in a relationship.
I like that.
And I took that to heart, because
I'm glad you did, man.
I was never like I was happy in relationships, but it was like it was a disillusioned happiness. It was a happiness because I'm getting laid on the regular. It wasn't like a true soul fulfilling, this is where I belong kind of happiness. It was like I am checking societal boxes sort of happiness. Like I'm happy because I am getting my primal needs taken care of.
Fuck, fight, and feed.
That's it, man. That's it. And that was really all it was taken care of. And like that is a wonderful thing to focus on if we are living in a society that has collapsed.
Yeah.
Like if we are at a place where fuck, fight, feed is the only thing you need to worry about, focus on it. But that's not where we're at. We're in a society where we are comfortable, like we have a lot of fantastic amenities around us that allow us to live these very comfortable, cushy, easy lives, like if you go to sleep every night with a roof over your head and dry sheets, you are comfortable.
Yeah, you
Like,
also can.
bro,
I can
it
also
is.
flip this handle in my house and and make human shit disappear.
Yeah, literally.
Or drink water out
Yeah,
of something.
exactly.
I can drink water out of my fucking garden hose.
Yeah, out of the garden hose, and it's safe. You know, that is amazingly cushy, and we take that for granted. And because of the things
I
that
sleep
we
with night
have,
lights like that.
yeah, literally.
I'm still scared of the dark. It's a cushy fucking life, man.
Dude, it is. You know, and that's not a bad thing. You know, like you should seek discomfort, and you should definitely push your limits, find out where your breaking point is, but don't deny yourself the luxuries of living in a modern society. And one of the luxuries of living in a modern society is being happy. You know, we have the time to be happy. We have the time to work on ourselves. We have the time to enjoy the life that we have second for second. And that's a huge thing that I think a lot of people miss out on because they're too focused on money, they're too focused on sex, they're too focused on looking pretty for Instagram or whatever. You know, and you lose you know, like you lose so much when your focuses are outsourced. You know, when you're trying to impress the world, you're never going to be satisfied. The world's never going to like you. The world's never going to be satisfied with you because there's always somebody better. There's always a bigger fish. There's always somebody richer, hotter, sexier, stronger. You know, if you're satisfied with yourself, you're unstoppable. You know?
100%.
So
that really resonates with me, man. I'm glad you said that. That helps me a lot because I often usually look in the mirror and I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta get my eyebrows done. Oh fuck, I gotta get my hair cut.
Totally.
If you look at me right now, I am the most I look almost, I'm like working towards being homeless as far as society's status quo of how you look. Like, and I'm not saying that to hurt anybody because I know what it's like to not have a secure home.
Totally, yeah.
Looking in the mirror, right? I'm like, oh fuck, dude, I'm just letting it grow out. I'm going all out, and it's not just because my wife's recovering from knee surgery. It's because I'm like, I need to really check my shit.
Yeah,
I need to check my shit. And to be humbled.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, all this, like I don't do my serious extensive skincare right now. Like my face, I have these bags under my eyes. I can't sleep with this shit. I'm rolling in my sleep.
Yeah,
I'm also injured, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I don't have to show up to work and work in society. But I was thinking about how many things I take for granted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to sit there and have this perfect image of what Eddie is supposed to be when I'm just a normal human being. No, and my mental health is a priority to me.
That's good.
Loving myself for who I am inside is important. I can't sit here and advocate for having a positive, effort towards mental health.
For sure.
And then drag ass and not care about myself.
Totally. Yeah.
So my eyebrows are all fucked up. My hair's all fucked up.
Man.
I refuse to be in pictures with other people right now. But I'm happy about it.
You're kicking it. Yeah. That's what's up. That's where it's out. That's what it's all about,
All right. So what else did high school have for you other than it's back in 8th grade you had your first breakup.
Yeah.
That was shitty. Afterwards in high school, you started integrating yourself with people who are more accepting of you.
Yeah.
And you went from relationship to relationship. So
I did.
Was there any significant change in that, or did the relationships improve, or was it all the same thing that people didn't know what accountability and self-restraint are?
So it was. I've only had math. Stand by for math. Wow. 3 serious, intimate relationships.
Okay.
One, the first one we've talked about. The second one was a 9-month spat with the the queen of claiming suicide whenever things aren't going her way. So that I would say that is probably by a long shot my most toxic relationship.
So
by miles.
Why don't you break that down for people who haven't been around that? Because I've had to.
So
in my life, way before Rhiannon, I've had a lot of friends deal with that, and me being like, I was trying to be as social as possible.
Totally, yeah.
I've had to help some friends through some tough times, saying, "Hey, let's mentally prepare to let her go if she's going to kill herself just because she's forcing you to be in a relationship with her, and not that we don't care." We're also going to try to get her to get help at the same time.
Exactly, yeah.
And I've been successful Sadly, like 2 out of 6 times.
Yeah.
But you can't fix
You can't
somebody.
save everybody.
You can't save everybody.
You know?
But we can try.
We can do our best, and we better do our best. You know, that's our
sadly,
duty.
and then after suicide, everything
It gets
shitty.
It gets iffy.
So was she like cutting herself? Like,
yeah. So this, yeah, and I'm not gonna name names.
Yeah. Of course.
So
I never name names.
This person was kind of going through the same thing as me, where when you're getting into high school and you're trying to figure out your identity, and you've got hormones ripping, doing all sorts of wacky shit with your body.
Putting fat places it wasn't before, putting muscle in places it wasn't before.
Yeah, you look weird.
Your balls got hair on them all of a sudden.
Yeah, and
obviously not hers. Sorry.
You can't focus. You can't focus on anything because you're just you're in a weird stage, and so this this chick was going through that, and was dealing with, I think most people have an emo phase, and if you don't, it's okay. Like nobody's judging you. You didn't have an emo phase.
I sadly did not.
Yeah, exactly. Eddie didn't have an emo phase. He's a solid motherfucker.
I missed out.
You don't have to.
But the music was there.
Bro, the music,
3 doors down.
That's what matters. The music's what matters. You don't have to dye your hair black and wear nothing, be like sponsored by Hot Topic to fucking
My hair was black.
Exist. Your hair's still black.
I was a model for Macy's. I never wore Hot Topic. Yeah. I refuse to go in that store to this day.
Nah, bro.
Never gone in there.
I will go to Hot Topic.
To this day.
To this day. Nah, hey man, their band tees, they go hard. I'm alright with that.
Well, if you're supporting, if you like to wear something, wear it. If you like to listen to something, listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
If you like to have sex with something, have sex with it, as long as it's not a kid or an animal.
Exactly.
Like,
damn straight.
Yeah, do what everyone should have their own forms of self-expression. People that bully you for them are stupid as fuck.
Yeah. Hey, bro.
I was ashamed my whole life.
Yeah.
I only, probably about 2 months ago, I started talking about me ever being in Boy Scouts because I was ashamed of it because I was bullied for it severely. Yeah. I started talking about me being uncomfortable with my body when I started lifting weights, which was awesome.
Yeah.
And the more things you tell yourself that are okay, just because other people told you they weren't.
Yeah.
Because people like them, it doesn't mean you need to follow.
No. Everybody's different.
Set your own, choose your own path. The path less trodden.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, you don't see the Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
Quotes of poetry there. So
there you go. It was Lewis Carroll, wasn't it? I think.
I'll have to look it up.
Maybe. I don't know.
I can't remember. I was in 3rd grade. I recited the poem.
That was a good poem. Mostly gibberish.
Class.
That was a good poem. Yeah. I know the road less traveled by was, I think, Robert Frost.
Yes, Robert Frost.
Robert Frost did the road less traveled by. The Jabberwocky was somebody else. I don't remember who.
Yes, the road less traveled.
Yeah. No, that relationship. When people, okay, so I'm going to start this off by saying that, and this is not an excuse nor a justification, but it needs to be said. This chick was thick as fuck, and in a good way, brother, in a good way. And I was
right physical proportions,
great physical proportions, and I was a young man, and that grabbed me, and that was the end of that, because I think she was very used to getting what she wanted from men because of that.
Okay.
So she
used her physical gifts.
She was a manipulative creature. And woo, mama, she was a manipulative creature.
One of my favorite quotes by Ace Hood is "We're all the finest women got us with perfect bodies that we admire."
Exactly.
And it's the part of the song "The Come Up" by Ace Hood. I really recommend people listen to it because it puts things in perspective. Or how we look at life.
It is.
We usually try to seek women with body shapes that fit our sexual wants and sexual needs. Exactly. Not just we don't like this.
We look at the physical, not the metaphysical.
Yeah, this isn't a movie where we talk about she has nice birthing hips. No, it's like man, she has that perfect body that I'd like.
She had a good shape,
she
man.
had things that I admire, right? And it's okay to say this is the type of body type I want.
Yeah,
I've met a lot of guys who got shitted on or called out for saying that they are attracted to this certain body type or this skin color of woman.
Hey, you like what you like.
You like what you like.
Own that shit.
And you know what? I say the same thing to those douchebags who don't like gay people. I say, hey, mind your. Yeah,
Hey,
are
bro.
you fucking him? Mind your business.
Exactly.
Pretty much. So
Stay
you love what
stay
you
out of
like,
their bedroom.
and be
For sure.
confident about it. If you're listening to this,
Exactly.
yeah,
Love
speak your
who you
truth.
love.
Go after what you want to go after.
Exactly.
You never know who you end up marrying
Damn straight.
or not.
So yeah, I was enticed because I was fresh out of a relationship. I
Mhm.
mean, I was out of the initial relationship and into this one within a week. Like it was
Okay.
quick.
So there was a small
It
transition.
was quick.
There was no time to think through
No.
things and let go.
No, not process anything.
Burn the love notes that you passed in class. Or
Yeah,
no,
none of that.
none of that.
So I just, I just switched gears, basically thinking, the best way to get over somebody else is to get under somebody else, and that didn't work at all, And so
Well, at least you tried.
I did my best, but so this, there's a lot of red flags looking back on it, but I didn't care. I was young, I was dumb. That I don't know who said it. It was a quote: "Young, dumb, full of cum."
Yeah, I say it all the time.
Bro.
It's
It
like one of
was
my favorite things to say. Young, dumb, full of cum. You make poor
dumb, full of.
decisions.
You do. You really do. You don't think things through. And I definitely wasn't, because she was on the same sort of like boat as I was emotionally at that point, just emotionally weak, where you're leaning on everybody for everything. You can't.
Maybe some attention issues.
Exactly.
Mixed
Yeah.
with some
Yeah.
self confidence.
Some self-confidence
issues,
problems.
some
Yeah,
insecurities,
absolutely.
and you try to overcompensate in certain areas.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
giving yourself to somebody else.
Yeah, exactly.
And giving your trust and your emotional health.
Yeah.
When you couldn't be investing in yourself.
Yeah. Which, is easy to say now, but at that time, yeah, it's difficult when you're in that place.
You don't want to deal with your
No,
your
you
demons.
don't. It's
Look in the
scary,
mirror and be like,
bro.
I'm so sad. I'm hurt.
It is the worst thing ever.
On.
Yeah.
You just want to throw yourself everything into
something else, and you can just ignore it. So yeah, it's a tough thing to do in the moment, but it's worth it. Mm-hmm. So, anybody who's going through that, like, trust me, it is worth it. Yeah. And you look at that and it sounds cheesy, but like, you know what? Give it a shot. Because I guarantee you 6 months down the line, you're going to be a completely different person, and you're going to be way better off for
Invest in yourself and love yourself too.
Exactly. But yeah, so this chick realized pretty quickly that the physical was enticing, but it wasn't exactly going to work for me. Mm. Because my first girlfriend was like a carbon copy of Ariana Grande.
Okay.
And I mean that dead serious. It was eerie. Like, you held pictures up of the two of them together. It was whoa.
Maybe it was
so
her. You just didn't know.
Right. I got catfished by Ariana Grande. But no, so it was, physical wasn't like, it was part of it, but it wasn't everything. And she couldn't just use that to manipulate me. But once she realized that I'm a very emotional person. Okay. I care deeply. I love deeply. I hate deeply.
Great.
You know?
Awesome.
So like those,
you're true to yourself.
I try to be, and there's little white lies that I tell from time to time, but you iron those bitches out. It takes a while sometimes, but it happens. I'm not perfect by any means.
We're all working on it.
We're all working on it, and it's an ongoing process. Nobody's ever really going to be done. But it's about starting, and it's about keeping at it. Okay. So.
But at the time, you weren't doing none
At the time, I wasn't doing shit. I was being
trying
reckless.
To clap cheeks.
Exactly. And it's not a good thing to do. I mean, it's fun, sure, but it's not productive. And so yeah, she realized pretty quickly that, like, okay, so I can't manipulate him physically, so emotionally, and I'm gonna hook him in with, well, if you love me, you'll do this, or if you care about me, you'll do this.
So
or
narcissist statements.
Very
that are completely rooted in just
self-servant behavior. And
I think there's a word for that. It's like almost like blackmail, but not.
Kind of. It's emotional blackmail.
EX word. It's an EX word. It's not extradite, but you're
exploit.
You're exploiting somebody's emotional vulnerability. That's what it is. That's what the phrase is. That's what a therapist would say right now.
Yeah.
I'm not a therapist. I'm just me.
You're just Eddie.
But that's the truth.
Solid motherfucker.
That's fucked up. It's fucked up that they did that.
It did. But yeah, and so that for a while worked initially, because I go out of my way to make people feel like I do my best, rather, to go out of my way to make people feel loved and cared for, like especially significant others. Like when I get into a relationship, I mean, I devote myself very fully to that relationship. Um, like I think my love language is, I think giving gifts and words of affirmation, So like I'm not great at like just like saying off the cuff sweet shit to like people are like, "Oh my god, that's so cute. Like how'd you come up with that?" And it's like I didn't. I looked it up on YouTube and I thought it was adorable and I agreed with it. So, you know what? You're hearing it now.
I say shit to Rhiannon all
Bro,
the time that I
like,
read on the internet, and you know what? But I really think before I tell it to her, I really think, do I mean this?
Fit?
If I'm gonna say it, does it mean it? Like,
yeah, it does. And so that's me. Like I express my love by giving gifts and like, look, like I'm like a fucking cat, honestly. How like cats bring you dead shit and they're like, I love you so much, here's a dead bird.
You brought her dead
Bro,
birds?
I'll bring stuffed animals, blankets, all
but
that
no
sort
dead
of like
birds.
no dead birds. Hey, if you're into dead birds, bro, I will bring you dead birds.
Seek help.
Seek
help.
Seek help. But yeah, so like I was always going out of my way to like prove to her like, yeah, I love you, I care about you, I'm willing to do anything. And after a while, I got tired of just giving up pretty much everything, like my time, my money, everything that I had to make her happy. And she caught on to that and started leveraging the whole, well, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill myself. And if you don't do this, I'm going to kill myself. And if you're
have you had any
talking to
experiences
these
with
people,
death prior to this point?
Not super close. Like one of my uncles had died the year previous, but we weren't super close. Like we'd seen each other and I had grown up and he was always, the gearhead uncle. But we weren't super close. Him and my mom were very close. So it affected her a lot more than it affected me.
Okay. But your idea of death was, it's not smaller. It's not smaller. It's still serious.
It was not. Yeah, it was very. And it was a foreign concept because I had never lost anybody permanently. Like.
So obviously you try to avoid that.
Yeah, and it was like, holy shit! Like you can't possibly be serious about this. And I started to fall into the same thing. Like and it's not necessarily good, and I'm working on it now, but I tend to fall into that when in Rome mentality, where if somebody's playing a certain way with me, I will return that fire. So I started to fall into that. All right, well, fine. If you're going to kill yourself, I'm going to kill myself. Then both of us are going to be dead. And so it started to become kind of like a who's going to die first game. And it got bad.
Spiral.
It got real bad. And we ended it pretty abruptly in the middle of, I think, my spring musical, honestly, because I did musicals all the way through school, just because musical theater is fun and anybody who says otherwise is a bitch.
Yeah. No one should be a douchebag and say that it's stupid either.
It's a good time to get out there and be goofy and wear costumes. All right, just live with it. Whether you do it in public or by yourself, whatever.
I did theater stuff, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I've been in plays, yeah.
Rock it. It's fun.
It was an obligation at the time, but I didn't see it as that. I saw it as an opportunity to impact others and kind of find some type of positive form of escapism.
Exactly, yeah. And it's fun to play other characters, and
sometimes it sucks to be us.
It does, man. Humans aren't perfect, especially the individual. Nobody is perfect, so it's fun to play somebody who's written to be perfect. It's dope, But yeah, so I mean, I think we were in the middle. I was in the middle of a performance or something. I wasn't responding because, like, I don't have my phone on me. I'm in the middle of performing.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "We're done. You're not talking to me. You're not giving me enough attention." I'm like, "Okay, bye."
Vocalizing those things, is a cry for help. I think she might have had some things going on.
Oh, she did.
Beneath the surface that caused her to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and
I don't say that in like a rude way. Like,
no, totally.
She must have been going through some shit to think it's okay to use somebody as somebody's emotional leverage and their fear of you ending your own life.
Yeah,
is a horrible
fuel
thing
for a fight. Yeah, she needed help, but she wasn't gonna find it in a relationship, and she wasn't gonna find it in me because I allowed myself to be dragged down to that level, and I fell in with that, and that didn't get either of us anywhere.
Well, you also were never told, hey,
No.
don't get drugged down to this
Exactly,
level.
yeah.
Like,
So
there's no book on life, man.
no, there's not. Everybody is winging it,
Mhm.
and anybody that says they've got it figured out is lying to your face.
Shit.
So
why would you say? Why would you say that live? No, I don't have shit figured out, man.
No, man.
I really do honestly
Everybody's winging
give it
it.
100% effort.
Yeah.
Something that just showed up super near and dear to my heart is suicide prevention.
Totally.
For a multitude of reasons I'm going to get into later.
Yeah.
But fitness, helping
Yeah,
other people find
absolutely.
avenues of fitness, bodybuilding, avoiding drugs that are going to completely debilitate you.
Absolutely.
And I'd be a dirty ass nasty liar if I said I haven't experienced with drugs in my life.
Totally.
But I put them all down. I'm actually completely sober of any drugs for a lot of times.
Nice.
And I didn't like use them recreationally.
Yeah.
Even, but I haven't touched any drugs in
Good.
a long time, and
good, man.
hopefully it doesn't inhibit my career choices
Yeah.
in the near future with the things that I'm trying to do
Totally.
as far as being a continual servant to society.
For sure.
But regardless of all that, there's no real set book or avenue on what we're supposed to do in this life, and
not even close.
God, if I knew what I knew now and had my shit together,
Oh yeah,
or if I could speak to myself a little bit younger,
right?
I probably wouldn't, because I would have a shitty perspective now. I
like where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I don't want to fuck that up by trying to change the past.
And
we went through what we went through for a reason.
You need that growth. You need that self-growth, self-betterment. You need to know you're fucked up to get better, honestly.
Exactly.
To say it pretty rashly.
It's brutally, but that's what it takes.
Yeah, you need to know how foul you are so you can correct that deficiency and move forward.
Absolutely.
So you broke up with a lady in the middle of a theater.
In the middle.
Was it a good performance, at least?
Oh, bro, that was the best show ever.
Okay, I'm happy for you.
It was weird. Oh, so free.
Were you upset? Were you upset afterwards?
No.
Or was it like a?
It was a weight off my shoulders.
Mutually shared destruction kind of thing.
Honestly, it was a weight off of my shoulders, because I kind of knew in the back of my mind that this relationship was destroying me from the inside out. I just didn't want to do anything about it, because I was genuinely afraid that she was going to hurt herself. I didn't want to be the catalyst for that. Like, that's not something that I could have lived with.
You brought up some feelings there, man. Oh my God.
So like that, I could not deal with that. And so I never cut it off, even though I knew it was bad for me, because I couldn't. I knew that I couldn't, and even to this day, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was the reason that somebody else died. So like that was really so when she ended it, I was like, oh my God, thank you. Like, okay, I'm free of this burden. You have released yourself from this toxic environment for both of us. Because I was not exactly a good boyfriend either. Like, I was not a saint at any point during all this. I was equal, if not more, of the problem.
Well, it's good that you're on your partner relationship, man. Like, not everybody's perfect.
No,
and we all. I don't know one person in my life that's can't say at one point in life they were fucking up or making poor mistakes.
Yeah, everybody makes mistakes. It happens. You have to bounce back, and you have to learn from them. That's what mistakes are for. They're for learning. So that ended. I felt miles better, and then I was single for a while after that.
Good.
And I mean a while, I mean like
thank
6
God.
months. I mean like 6 months, bro. It was not
awesome.
a while. But like, and then I got into a relationship that my parents still talk about, which I'd rather they didn't, but because like this chick,
parents do weird things.
Oh, bro,
man.
they do so weird. Because this chick was solid. I mean, legitimately, like, one of the best, most genuine, honest, great people that I have ever met in my entire life. And wherever she is, I genuinely hope that she is doing fantastic.
Is this post-graduation?
No, this is sophomore year.
Okay, sophomore year. Okay.
So, I mean, like, dude, rock solid chick.
Cool.
I was not. Like, I was
damaged,
fucked up.
Yeah.
So, a lot of the toxicity needed to get out, but hadn't been. And so it kind of, it leaked out onto her. So then I was the toxic person, in that relationship.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Do you think that we are inherently, as human beings, needing to kind of I don't know if you've seen an Instapot or not,
Mm.
right? You press the button
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it releases
totally.
the steam.
Yeah,
And I imagine that steam is all the negative energy in me
yeah, absolutely.
every single day.
Yep.
I do deep breathing exercises
Good.
24/7 pretty much,
Nice.
unless I'm recording because I don't want to go in the microphone. But and that's the only time I actually stop doing deep breathing exercises. So I'm actually being authentically just raw and feeling all the pain that someone expresses to me.
Totally.
And it really sucks sometimes, but it comes with the job. It comes with the mission that I'm on right now.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we are inherently as human beings in a desperate need to decompress?
Yeah.
If not, we're gonna explode or spiral, or however you want to
Absolutely.
say it, into negativity, depression, anxiety.
Yeah,
Because I don't think we're faced with enough combat normally throughout life to harden us to life's hardships at all.
We're not. And a lot of the things that we face day to day, you can't prepare for. Like, I mean, even, you talk to combat veterans even, and you can train all you want, but the first time a bullet just nothing prepares
A
you for
hiss
that
means
moment.
It's close. A snap means
Dude,
they're shooting
it's far
at us.
away, bro.
Yeah.
Like, nothing prepares you for that. Nothing prepares you for heartbreak. Nothing prepares you for betrayal. Like, a lot of the things that we get faced with, there's no book about how to deal with it, or how to prepare yourself for it. And if there is a book about it, the book is written for money. It's not written to help. So like those, like, decompressing as a person, you gotta let your feelings roll. Like, when you feel them, like, you feel them hot, you feel them fast, and then you're done. Like, in my opinion, like, let the feeling, boom, let it roll. Feel it when it's happening, but then don't hold on to it. Don't re-piss yourself off. Don't make yourself sad later. Just let it fly and then move on.
I gotta take responsibility about. You just shared a lot of wisdom at your extremely young age, and for me at my extremely young age is going to really help me, because what you just said, I do a poor job at. My wife, she goes through so much, and she has the biggest heart, and it's really hard for me to understand because I don't have the biggest heart. I'm part of me doing this is so I can gain better perspective, so I can help my children in the future and help people that are struggling with mental health issues. So I can talk to them and have some tools. You're equipping me with tools right now so I can positively impact another person. I don't do a very good job, and I got to take accountability for this, of being there for like, I walked in the room like almost a month ago now, and my wife and her mom were bawling their eyes out because they're experiencing something extremely painful that no mother or sister is equipped to experience extreme acts of narcissism when it comes to being a good family member. And it's difficult every time for people that have great hearts.
Yeah.
They're gonna feel everything every time. And me, I don't have the best way of being sensitive to that. I try to offer my words of hard-earned wisdom is how I would describe it.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the end of the day, I don't have all the answers to this. And me trying to be there for somebody doesn't always sound as the caring, caressing voice it needs to be.
That you want.
I'm very harsh.
Very brash.
It
happens.
I get mad and I want to take action. I'm a guy when it comes to dealing with problems.
Yeah.
Like, let's
find a solution.
Let's find a solution.
Exactly.
Fuck the feelings.
Yeah.
A lot of times people do need to feel things. So that resonates a lot with me, man. And I'm gonna commit right now to doing a better job. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely, man.
I'm definitely gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, it's a skill, and it takes a long time. It takes practice.
Skills are developed.
Skills are absolutely developed. Mental skills, emotional skills, physical skills. Everything takes time. Just as long as the practice is happening, like, that's the biggest thing. So shit. Where were we?
So you broke up with this lady, and now you're free.
Got rid of this chick. I'm free.
You're slipping into a new situation, but you are not healed.
I'm not healed,
and you're being destructive now.
I'm very destructive.
How were you destructive?
Lots of anger issues, trust issues.
Okay,
So I never trusted her at any point ever.
Because you thought you were gonna get cheated on, or they were gonna threaten themselves with suicide, and cause an extremely horrific, traumatic event for you.
And the toxic chick also cheated on me at one point. and we just moved past it because I was so fucked up at that point. I was like, I don't even care. Just
never
whatever.
ever settle again, man.
Never.
I implore you.
Yeah.
I implore any
I've
listener.
done too much of it. Yeah.
Never ever,
Nope.
ever in your life settle for another person betraying your trust, sleeping with somebody else, fucking somebody else, sucking somebody else, kissing somebody else, telling somebody that they want to fuck them. You know, don't settle for anything.
Nope. None of it.
If you're in an exclusive relationship, it should be exclusive.
Yep. It's one-on-one.
Don't open yourself up to being hurt again.
Damn straight.
You deserve better. Honor yourself. Be the hero that you needed in your life as a child and as an adult, and set those boundaries to where you're not going to allow it to happen again.
Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, so that relationship was awesome. Super cool chick, you know, wherever, again, I might have said this earlier, again, wherever she is, I really, really, really genuinely hope that she's doing fantastic. Super solid.
That's a pretty mature thing to say, man.
Super solid chick. But so I ended that relationship at the beginning of my senior year for the wrong reasons, but it was the right decision.
And what are the wrong reasons?
The wrong reasons are, at the beginning, so there was this thing in my high school, which I think every high school should have, called Gains Club. And it's the lifting club, you know, the group that gets together and lifts and does fitness. Lifts, does fitness together after school, talks about it once a week during lunch, you know, lessons about, you know, diet, exercise, hypertrophy, you know, the different, the millions and millions of data points about fitness and everything that goes into it.
So a non-egotistical way for people to put, you know, without speaking on it, right? Because at the time you didn't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Putting all the negative stuff into building the body instead of being mutually destructive and hurting others.
Exactly. So I started getting into that my junior year. And then I inherited that club my senior year. So I was the president of that my senior year. And I ended that relationship in the fall of my senior year because I was coaching the cheer team.
You're coaching the cheer
team? I was coaching the cheer team. I was the conditioning coach for the cheer team and the wrestling team my senior year. So
what was that like?
It was fucking sick.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty awesome.
Coaching I spent a lot of time with the cheerleaders in high school as well.
Yeah.
We all hung out together.
They're hard chargers. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Super kind.
Those girls kicked ass.
There's like a horrible stigma surrounding cheerleaders as like sluts or whatever. And I think it's the most pathetic thing.
It's stupid.
If my daughter said she wanted to be a cheerleader in the future, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, you're going to be a slut." Like,
no.
You know how stupid you sound?
Yeah.
So fuck that. I think that a lot of them are. I still don't talk to them.
Yeah.
But if I ran them in the grocery store, which I have before, I say hey, and they say hey, how's it? And you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But cheerleaders are often great people.
They are.
They're just people who want to do a different club. Everyone's looking for
everybody has a group,
man, to fit in.
Yeah. And they found theirs at the cheer team, you know.
So did you put on the full gear and show them the moves, or were you just doing conditioning?
I was just conditioning.
Okay.
I was the hired meathead.
Okay.
You know, just because they needed. Well, okay. I wouldn't say that. Well, okay. Everybody needs conditioning. Everybody needs fitness. Everybody needs strength. You know, and they needed conditioning. They needed to have strength so they could do trickier routines, so they wouldn't gas out early. You know, and their coach.
That's how it sucks,
dude. It's the worst when you're halfway through a routine of any sort and you're just out of energy. It sucks. It's the worst. It's hard to keep a smile on your face when you're
in the military. We call it being a weak fuck.
There you go.
Don't be a weak fuck. Be strong. Be a strong fuck, not a weak fuck. Be a strong fuck.
Exactly. So yeah, their coach reached out to my coach. I wouldn't say he was a coach. He was the advisor to the club.
Okay. A teacher advisor?
A teacher advisor, yeah. And
it was like an official, respectable, it was an official teachers thing. Don't hate you thing.
Yes. Cool. And it was he was a great mentor. He's fantastic man. Taught me a lot about what it means to be a man, and not in a egotistical douchebag way, in a honor, integrity, focus on career, focus on being a good person. You know, nice guys finish last.
So a young boys accountability kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. Nice guys finish last.
Yes, Lord.
Good men finish first. And, good men are not the nice guys that's being nice to get in your pants. A good man is a man who does what's right, who does what's morally correct, who pushes for goals, who pushes to achieve and be the best that he can possibly be. Those are the people who get the furthest in life.
Okay, I just
And
want to make sure my mind went straight to the gutter.
he was
I'm
driven.
sorry.
Oh, of course.
I was in the Navy, so we do a lot of gutterball shit.
Without the gutter, the Navy would be homeless.
I used to say a whole lot of amazing lessons to my sailors, and
there you go.
I'm not gonna repeat them here. I haven't had anywhere near enough to drink to deface myself, to defile my name in such a fashion. I think that's really awesome to have a teacher mentor. I remember my favorite mentor was Mr. Miranda.
There you
go. Over at Linwood High School, he knew I was going through so much, and like my heart always goes out to him. I really want to visit him in the near future, but I'm so scared to reach out. It's been so long.
Yeah.
I don't want to. And this might sound kind of stupid. I don't want to find out
Nothing stupid.
He's old. Like,
this
person was such a beautiful impact on my life. And try not to tear up. He was so powerful to me.
Totally.
And I really needed him in my life, and I plan on. I'm gonna make it a point this year to find him in his retirement, because he showed up to my wedding. Him and his wife. His wife got kind of drunk, and it was great.
That's awesome.
But I was kind of drunk too.
Hey.
And he was a responsible driver, because he was always such a responsible man.
Great dude. Great A.
He sacrificed. He could have got drunk with me, but he sacrificed that time to make sure his wife had a good time. He's a great man.
That's a good man.
I really need to see him.
Yeah.
Was this guy with you for that whole year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you and him probably got pretty close.
Oh, we got real close. Yeah. I mean,
did he become like a second father to you?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Me and my dad have a tricky sort of relationship. It's not necessarily bad.
You're not the only one, dude.
And it's not.
Some people hate their dad. Like, I know people who hate them, like really hate him.
Oh yeah.
Some people don't even have him around, and
exactly.
I know I know a couple people who beat the shit out of their father.
Yeah, I mean, I would beat the shit out of my father, but not in a bad way. In a you're my son, in you're my father, and we have butted heads, and let's bury that hatchet.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Like, I've gone to blows with my dad. Like, it's no secret. Like, I talk about it pretty openly. The second before last time I've seen my dad, I got in a fist fight with him.
Yeah.
The time after he was drunk, passed out on a couch while I packed my shit to leave for the Navy. Like,
there you go.
There's a lot of bad blood there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's important for people to express that. And honestly, just for me, just to get off my fucking chest,
dude.
For my own mental health, that it's not always perfect. Us having parents, and they don't always have a book. And they don't. I want to put that out there. Parents don't always have a book on how to be a parent, and some should not be or aren't ready for it, and it's okay. But you know what? Fine. I'm here, so I'm going to say it. I've gone to blows with my dad multiple times.
Yeah.
The last time happened, I won.
Yeah.
He was emotionally defeated. I don't know if it was a physical defeat, but he was emotionally defeated. I grabbed my military orders for the Navy. I walked past my mom covered in his blood, and I went to my wife's house, and I showed up at her house covered with my shirt ripped and covered in blood, and her family took me in for the 7 days before I left for the Navy, and I was a homeless. Like, that was my other family cast me out because of nonsense.
Yeah,
and we figured it out from there, but I didn't have shit.
Yeah,
and so. Like, it's not bad to say, hey, I had a bad relationship with my family. I'm really nervous about one of my upcoming podcasts with a family member that was introduced me on his side, because I'm gonna tell the fucking truth. And if she might see her perspective, but I'm still gonna tell my truth. And a lot of people don't even know my truth.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna. We as children, as young youth, we've been told respect parents, honor parents, don't embarrass parents, be quiet in the store. Don't be a rambunctious kid and run around the backyard and go, fuck that. Kids do what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm going to tell my fucking truth. And and it's okay for you to tell the truth too. So I'm glad you, do you feel at peace that you buried the hatchet with him?
It's an ongoing process.
Okay.
So my dad loves me very much. And that is very apparent in the way that he does things. He just does them poorly. He's not emotionally adept in many ways. So he doesn't know how to deal with feelings. So his initial reaction to a lot of things is anger. So he was the dad that yelled and screamed and like terrified me as a kid.
Did that lead to you having
Oh
similar
yeah,
attributes?
I'm positive. Yeah. But
So you talked earlier about having anger issues.
oh yeah, no, absolutely, they came from my dad. Sarcasm and blame game and all that sort of stuff that all came from my dad.
Well, I think now post
Yeah.
starting to face your issues and and talk through your trauma, you have a great head on your shoulders. You're able to
Thanks, man.
differentiate the importance of dealing with your shit and also at the same time vocalizing how you're dealing with it so that you're not wrapped up in the issue and just saying, you know what, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. No.
It was very mature
love
of
my
you to
dad.
say that.
Yeah.
I know I have a lot of friends. Me a couple years ago, before I started talking about my issues,
Totally.
would have been said, you know what? Like I would have said something fucked up. Like I'm not gonna put it out there.
Yeah. It would have come up.
I have regrets.
Would've
I
come
have
up ugly,
regrets.
yeah.
I have things I should have said. I have
Absolutely.
things that I did say. But you know what?
Absolutely.
That's all that's dead and gone. I'm
Buried the
glad that
hatchet.
you're able to portray this in a positive way.
Me too, man.
Do you see him often, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh yeah, every day.
Okay,
Every day.
cool.
I mean, I still live at home.
Yeah.
And my parents are still married.
There's nothing wrong with that,
I
man.
see my dad every day.
I think the family concept of getting out at 18 is fucked.
It's a little iffy.
Especially in this country.
I didn't know shit at 18. Man, if I was out on my own at 18, I would have been in jail by now. No problem. So, yeah, I'm glad that I have supportive parents. I get to stay at home. Oh, I love him dearly. Yeah, dearly.
Have you? So what caused you to be able to talk through your guys' issues?
Mainly,
or have you?
We have. We've done some of it.
Okay.
A lot of it was I was able to put down my arms. Because a lot of what the struggle was is he was dealing with his own shit and he would project it onto us, and I didn't have the emotional ability to understand that. So I thought it was my fault. And so I got defensive and I would get angry about that defense, and we would butt heads and butt heads and butt heads and butt heads. And until I was able to take a step back and realize this isn't me that's struggling right now. This is him. He's going through something right now that he needs to deal with. And I am not making it better by being an asshole. And so we started to work it out. And if what you want to ask me about later is what I think it is, we'll get into a little bit why that was a pretty radical shift.
Yeah, it was definitely a radical
very radical shift.
Like an overnight kind of in the shower kind of thing. So
oh yeah.
Yeah. So I have your post save. I'm gonna read it and ask you questions about it.
Yeah, totally.
I think it's amazing.
It was a rough post to make. But it occurred to me that family means a lot, and dealing with feelings happens differently for everybody. And he doesn't have the tools that I was given at a young age to deal with those feelings. And so he struggled his entire life to do that.
Damn.
Versus I had the ability at a young age, getting into therapy, I mean, before I was even in school, to deal with those emotions. And so I've always had that skill in the back of my mind, even if I didn't utilize it, So that's when I really buried the hatchet. So, no names. So this person, my mentor, was he became a second father to me because I didn't spend a lot of time at home, and my dad struggled and he still struggles and he struggles at work. So I spent pretty much all my time at the gym or at school or with friends from the gym.
You threw yourself in other things.
I did. Absolutely. And that's always been how I've been. When I start something, it is 100%. I am balls deep with everything that I do.
Yeah. Immersion, stress inoculation.
Completely.
There's so many different ways to describe the weird calling to throw yourself completely and wholly
into something. Yeah. And
does your dad share that quality?
He does. Yeah. And so my dad's an EMT as well. He is not with a fire or ambulance company. He is an EMT at the zoo. which
works
is
at
the
the zoo.
fucking coolest job ever. My mom's a zookeeper. So yeah,
No
both my parents work for the
way.
zoo. It is the coolest shit.
Which one? The Woodland Park?
Yes, sir.
Can I go?
We can talk about that. Yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay. You know what? I'll tell you what. When I'm back to work, I'll give your parents $100 to whichever one can let me touch an animal. It was a joke. It was a joke.
You know.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Sorry.
It's a joke.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Don't shoot.
So your dad is doing.
Yeah. So he's done that. His security.
Talked about. I really don't want to get too much into your guys' relationship inappropriately, of course, because I'm sure he's gonna end up hearing this. So
he knows everything I feel about
Daddy Jack. Quick question: like, have you and Daddy Jack talked about everything you just said right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have never been one to sugarcoat my feelings about him. Like if I am pissed off, I'm like, you are being an asshole. Fuck you. Get your shit together. You know.
Do you think that helps him or does it hinder him?
A little bit of both. I think initially it hinders him because when somebody attacks you, you go on the defensive. But my dad is intelligent enough that he also knows that doesn't come from a place of hatred and that it's not meant to be aggravating. That I'm saying that because he's being an asshole and he needs to check his shit. So he recently more has been pretty good about like, you know, I'll call him out on his garbage and then he'll pretty quickly, you know, yeah, I was being a dick, sorry. And it's like, be better. You know, I'm not going to say it's okay, but fix it. Okay? Don't make that mistake again. You know? So and we do a lot of the same. And the last, and we'll get into this later more when we get into the later parts of my life. You know, it's been a trip. So back to high school. So games club, you know, running the cheer team. Broke up with my at the time girlfriend because I was a 17-year-old surrounded by beautiful women who saw me in a position of power, and that went straight to my head. And so I broke up with her because I was like, I am too confined in this relationship, and I felt trapped. You know, I wanted to party, I wanted to play because I really hadn't done a lot.
That's
of that,
okay
you know?
to say. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you judge yourself in hindsight, looking back like that?
A little bit.
You shouldn't. And can I tell you why?
Yeah.
If you didn't make that decision, what type of person would you be if you kept it to yourself?
A bad one.
A bad person.
One, you know,
being honest with yourself and honest with her.
Yeah.
Is a service to her and yourself.
Yeah.
And every time you look in the mirror, you can say, "Hey, I wasn't a douchebag and cheated." Check in the box.
Damn straight, I wasn't. Yeah, that, you know, the temptation was there for sure, but I live by the rule. Like, if you're unhappy and you're willing to cheat, just break up.
Yes.
You know, it's simpler.
1,000%. It's
so hurts,
easy,
but it's simpler.
Yeah.
Nobody has to deal with long-term trauma because of it.
Nobody.
So, yeah, we broke up because I was feeling trapped in that relationship. I wanted to play, I wanted to party, you know, and I was getting into a shape for which was abnormal for me. You know, all of a sudden I was getting compliments from people like, damn, bro, you look good. And that was weird. And it pumped my ego pretty healthy and not healthy. It pumped my ego to a very toxic level.
Okay.
You know, and so that was my senior year. And I did that. I did the wrestling team, you know, I coached the wrestling team. So I was in there.
So you were in a natural leadership position.
Natural leadership. I was a patrol leader through scouts pretty much the whole time. I was leading new scouts. I was, you know, working with old guys. So I've always fell into natural leader positions. And I don't know if that's because of personality or just because the people around me wanted to see me thrive and wanted to put me in those positions to see if I could do it.
Pardon me.
But it was, no worries. But yeah, so I landed in those positions. And leading that club was a lot of fun, you know, because it broke me into not only fitness, but the love of the process, you know, and not just
what process is that?
Building yourself from a physical and mental standpoint at the same time, you know. How? Like discipline, teaching yourself that, you know what, you're not always going to be motivated. Motivation comes and goes. It's not about motivation. It's about drive. It's about, do you want this bad enough? What are you willing to do to achieve your goals? And if the answer to that question isn't whatever it fucking takes, quit now.
Yeah.
There's no point. If you're not willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to achieve what you want in life, there's absolutely no point to you even trying.
I think that directly ties into how I look at my relationship as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Totally.
had a countless amount of people tell me, "Oh, you don't even look at other girls," and I'm like, "No, no, it's just really not my thing." Like me, and that's me personally. Again, I always say this: I don't judge others when it comes to that. I judge a lot of things because I don't want douchebags around my kids when I fuck up. And
totally.
And who would I be if I let a person who has shitty moral compass, who's not willing to work on it,
absolutely,
in my circle, to make me be lesser of a person that my wife wants to spend the rest of her life with, or my children can look up to. So I've always been like, fuck, dude. I really need to throw everything I have in a relationship.
Yeah.
Because I never want to feel like my stepdad's felt. I never want to feel like a lot of my friends who haven't had solid relationships where your partner extremely values you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important to me to have a solid foundation for my child to look at between me and my wife. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it without a solid partner as well.
That's good.
But if I'm not 100%, she's not 100%.
Yeah.
How the fuck are we going to be 200% compared to the people who aren't even there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So absolutely,
we really need to. I really need to continue on that path of I call it the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
It's the you don't go right or left. No. You go fucking straight. And you just keep going.
Yeah. Push through.
That's how I look through my relationship situation.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna make poor decisions when it comes to how we deal with modern day issues, like financial issues. I don't want to fight over money. I don't want to. No. We don't fight over money. No matter how shitty it is. Rhiannon is a financial superstar, but the navigation of that is a bumpy road, man. And if I'm not 100%,
for sure,
I fucking suck.
Absolutely.
And that's how I personally feel.
Yeah.
Do you think that fitness affected the rest of the ways you look at life in that same situation?
1,000%. 1,000%.
And why is that?
Because so fitness is one of the very few things on this planet that is exclusively your fault. Mm-hmm. Whatever you put in is exactly what you get out.
So it's directly reimbursing.
It is directly reimbursing. So if you suck at discipline, if you go to the gym for an hour every day, but you spend the other 23 hours eating fat fucking slob food, not drinking your water, not sleeping enough, and then you wonder why you're not seeing results, it's like, yeah, because you're not disciplined. If you are eating super clean, super healthy, you're drinking all your water, but you're not training your body and you're wondering why you're not seeing results, it's because you're not disciplined. So fitness changed my view on the world massively because it occurred to me very suddenly that if you want something, you have to go get it. Nobody is ever going to hand something to you without a little bit of elbow grease, and there's things in life that will be handed to you. Yeah, sure. It's not a bad thing, be thankful for those blessings, but you have to chase good things, because small stuff gets handed to you. Big, important, life-changing stuff never does. And so that leading that club and getting into that world where what you put in directly impacts what you get out started to shift my mindset a little bit more towards like self-improvement and like being the best that I could be. And a lot of my motivation for that actually came from the people around me. The people who were in the club with me, I would tell them every week, be the best that you can possibly be. Eat your chicken, eat your rice, shut the fuck up, drink your water, don't complain about it. Do you want it? Yeah? Go for it. Get it. Get after it, no matter what it fucking takes.
A lot of people don't know how powerful those simple, the act of speaking to people around you and telling them things and have them completely listen and soak that all in and like ear fuck what you're saying.
Exactly.
It's so powerful because you're not just directly affecting them.
No,
you're directly affecting how they view themselves, because they're gonna go if let's say they do all these things.
Totally.
They're gonna have a better image of themselves and look in the mirror.
Absolutely.
They're gonna be able to see, oh shit, all the things that I'm eating and the not cake I'm eating every day is really making a huge difference in me.
Down.
And I feel proud of myself.
Exactly.
You can also be healing other people's childhood trauma by being a natural leader.
Yeah.
It's not easy for people to step into leadership qualities when they're forced to, but you did that willingly, correct?
Semi-willingly.
Semi-willingly.
I was told, basically, it's like, hey, I want you to be the president next year. Are you down? And I was like,
did you step up?
I'm down. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you stepped into it, man.
So yeah, it was willingly. I put effort into it willingly. The job was chosen for me, but I looked at that as an opportunity to practice, and also to preach a word of not only inclusiveness but strength. And the club, when I was in my junior year, the club was a very kind of douchebag alpha male type of club, which there's nothing wrong with alpha males. Be a fucking alpha male. If you're a male, be an alpha, but don't be a douchebag about it. And that was the club. It was very, I hate to say Ronnie Coleman, yeah, buddy, typical high school lifter shit. But it was, overdose on pre-workout, rip 400 pounds off the ground with bad form, and then call it a good lift. It was
better ways to do it.
Yeah,
it could be improved upon.
It could have been, and I didn't like that so much. I liked the bro identity, because it was more comfortable than being myself. But my senior year, stepping into that leadership position, I extended the hand of fitness and goal setting to everybody. So I mean, we towards the end of the year, I mean, we had a pretty 50-50 split of men and women in that club. We had
you definitely made some changes.
I did, yeah, and
natural leadership draws other people to you every time.
And I'll toot my own horn. I'll be proud of, we made some serious changes. I had teachers coming to me and being like, "Hey, can you write me a program?" I was, fuck yeah, I can write your program. And so.
And they're coming to you in a state of vulnerability, so they're looking for your guidance as well. Absolutely, which is awesome. Yeah. It's an awesome feeling to have people come to you and trust you with that.
It is, yeah. It feels really good, especially, and it gave me the opportunity to help other people better themselves, and that motivated me to better myself, because you lead by example. The leader takes the shit end of the stick.
Yeah,
if you are in charge of a group of people, you take the shaft so that your subordinates or your followers or anybody that listens to you and talks to you that trusts you doesn't have to. That is your job as a leader, is you take the front.
Fuck yeah, don't run from it.
No, you're the first one through the door, And so that's exactly how I viewed it. And I was like, look, I'm going to be a hard hand for you guys, but it's because I genuinely love and care about all of you. Each and every single one of you guys mean the world to me, because you've given me the opportunity to talk to you guys and to have a place to exist and a place to belong. And I want to give you guys that in return. And so that was my big motivation with the end of high school. And that put me into, that led me towards Total Nutrition. And
yeah, TN's definitely spot that's near and dear to my heart. A lot of years I've spent in a partnership with them, in a hard and soft partnerships, I would say. I've had a great relationship with pretty much everybody who's ever worked there. And so has my wife and my family. And we've done the Christmas tree drives. We've done everything. TN's a really great spot.
Yeah.
Dan's great. Jeremy was great. I know he's not with their program anymore, but
is he not?
I know he moved on to different things in his life. And I'm super happy for him.
Yeah.
And not everything is supposed to last forever in your life. And sometimes logs wash up on the beach and they sit there for a little bit, and sometimes they wash out. That's the nature of the ocean. And sometimes you can't grab every single shell or every single crab shell or clam or pretty rock that washes up on a beach. You just grab what you
Exactly.
can. And
Exactly.
sadly, that's what life's all
It
about.
is. Yeah.
Learn to understand that.
Very fluid.
Yeah,
Yeah, life is
absolutely.
very fluid.
So you leave high school
Yep.
in the games club after you're doing great things,
Yep.
and you start with, like, what led you to TN?
Main, honestly, a fluke. A massive fluke. I walked into Total Nutrition, so I got the recommendation from my previous president of Gains Club because he sent me there to get gnarly pre-workout. He was like, "Listen, if you want to take some like Jack 3D like Zeus level fucking pre-workout, bro,
Yeah.
you go to Total Nutrition." I'm like,
Okay.
"All right, fucking bet." You know, I'm trying
So
to do.
your heart at this point was taking some abuse because you were just probably like doing like 3 scoops of shit.
Oh yeah, no, I
Yeah,
was
not
suffering.
good.
Yeah,
How many
so
scoops should you take of pre-workout? Like
uh,
like if it's the first time trying out, I usually recommend half.
first time I'd go a full scoop.
A full scoop.
Yeah, I'd be like, all right, if I can't handle a full scoop, then we'll tone it back. But we're never doubt full send, baby.
So living life on
Living
the
life
edge.
on the edge, you know. I was So that yeah, I'd do like a scoop of like a stim and then like a scoop of like a pump product and then like some pump pills or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like some I'd take a fucking conglomerate of things.
What effects of mixing a stimulant with a pump are there? Like run down that for the people that don't know, because I know a lot of people
Yeah.
are just like, oh, I need pre-workout to work out
No.
and do my bike workout.
If I would recommend a pre-workout to anybody, it would be a non-stimulant pump product only.
Mhm.
Um,
And why is that?
because caffeine is a vasoconstrictor.
Mhm.
So, so caffeine, 1,3-dimethylalamine, um, a what is it called? I forgot.
You just put it in layman's terms, man.
Yeah. So all of the stims,
Okay.
you know, stims, both
Something that gets your heart jacked up.
anything that pumps you up,
Okay.
it's going to be a vasoconstrictor. You know, and I can pretty much
So that
guarantee
squeezes your
veins. Yeah, your veins, your
veins.
arteries. It constricts them. It increases your blood pressure. It pushes. It makes your heart beat faster, so you're
Okay.
pushing more blood through your veins.
And then the pump,
That's not
the pump stuff
necessarily a good
does.
thing. It is a vasodilator. So, pump products do the opposite. Basically, they increase the girth of your veins and arteries, so they allow more blood to flow through your system.
Mhm.
Where the stimulants pump more blood, they don't necessarily allow more blood to go places
Mhm.
because your heart is working so hard and your veins are so constricted. They don't always actually get the effect that you want. They get you jacked up. They get you ready for the gym. They get you hyped. Okay, there's no denying that. However, if you're looking for a workout supplement that is going to legitimately give you a return, the pump up supplement is going to be the one to go to, because when you get more blood to the muscles,
And your extremities.
Exactly. Yeah, you're breaking down the muscle more efficiently. You know, you're getting more nutrients to those muscles. So, all of the protein, the carbs, the fats that you should be eating if you want to get strong are working their way into the muscles.
Okay.
You know, so they're actually getting there. You know, if you're taking glutamine, you're taking multivitamins, you're taking, you know, all of the 100 other things that you probably should be taking, if you're not getting it through your real hard food, you know, those are getting to your muscles with a pump product. And it's not fatiguing your heart like a stimulant does.
So you're keeping your heart healthy, but
Exactly.
and also having great benefits for your
Great
muscular
benefits for the muscles,
recovery
you
as
know.
well. Okay.
And the pump products typically, you know, beta alanine, L-citrulline, L-arginine, it takes a while to wear off. You know, so a lot of those pump products have amino acids built in. So those BCAAs that people like to spend an extra $50 on.
Oh, I've heard so much about those.
Oh,
I heard that's how you get the big muscles.
No.
No?
Eat your food.
Okay.
You know, you want to get big muscles, eat food. That's the biggest thing. And
so where do BCAAs come into play with your exercise? Because I know a lot of people take them before, during, and after.
So BCAAs, all supplements are exactly that. They're supplements.
Okay.
They don't actually substitute real food. You are supposed to get 99% of your nutrients through real food. and whatever is left over is what you supplement. So you take those BCAAs to fill the gap, because no person, and I've known people who have eaten 18 ounces of fucking meat a day and they're miserable. They hate it. I mean, they are legitimately like they're having to wash down every single bite because it's just awful.
18 ounces ain't that much.
I mean,
okay,
per meal?
Per meal?
Per
No,
meal.
not per meal. I'm not an idiot.
Per meal, bro. Per meal, I'm talking like 12 to 18 ounces of meat per meal.
A pound. I've done.
Bro, that's a lot.
I'm bullshitting. I apologize.
No
I've
worries.
done 16 ounces, but not 18.
Yeah.
I've done a pound per meal.
A pound per meal?
Before.
And that's a lot.
That's a fuck ton.
That sucks. When you're trying to eat
That's
6 of those bitches a day. Yeah. Plus
and then
what?
The greens.
9 cups of rice. Yeah. It's a lot.
And then you have to come home and try to perform as a sexual partner afterwards.
Oh,
when you
bro.
feel like I'm just like a flat blob of I feel like a blob of concrete, just like, I lift weights and I'm fat. Like,
yeah. It's awful.
You feel completely weighed down.
It's terrible. Yeah. No, it's horrible.
But you wake up feeling good, then it just decreases as the more you eat.
Yeah, exactly.
But you grow.
Oh yeah, you get big muscles.
Wins and losses.
But you feel like shit.
Wins and losses.
Exactly. So yeah, those supplements they really just fill a gap.
Yeah.
And that's something that, I was listening to one of your other podcasts this week. Yeah, he was talking about the supplement industry is all about money.
Yeah.
Sean, yeah.
He's so great. I love
Dude,
that guy.
I love Sean. Sean's a great guy.
If you haven't listened to that podcast, I really do recommend you do. I was
recommend
like falling apart the whole time.
Yeah.
Towards the last 45 minutes, I would say of it.
It was pretty hardcore.
Yeah. 10 out of 10 recommend.
Absolutely.
Gain some perspective.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
Everything in life is great for me.
Yeah.
No complaints here.
Straight up. So yeah, I mean, it's and that's exactly it. I wasn't making money for Total because I learned pretty early on that the solution is to eat your food, drink your water, train hard. People like the easy way out.
And being told that it's just one quick fix.
And being told this is the fix.
It's like the fake pee. I think it's called quick fix. Somebody told me about that just the other day. I'm like, you guys use fake pee? You don't just not smoke weed? And they're like, no.
Right? Yeah, no. What? What are you, bro?
I get this. It should be federally legalized. I don't personally smoke weed. Like I just don't. I don't do mushrooms. I don't do anything. I'm just a little sober roller now, except for alcohol. This is my only vice right now.
Yeah.
And I keep that vice spun far out, so I never drink to get drunk anymore. It's a good lesson, and I really recommend it for people who do drink often.
Yeah.
You can drink often, don't drink too much.
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep it fucking, keep
Moderate
a nice
yourself.
buzz and stop.
Yeah.
And it's okay to stop. You don't need to sit there and be drunk all the time. Don't be an idiot.
You don't. Yeah.
So when does the supplement game come into it? So you're talking about. So if let's say hypothetically speaking, you cover all the bases.
Absolutely.
You cover.
Your food's on
point.
point.
You go over your food, your water, you're resting, you're having sex frequently, you're training your legs regularly. I don't know why people don't not train legs.
If you train legs less than twice a week, I think less of you.
Yeah. I know some people who do just once a week, and I don't get that.
No.
If especially if you're taking like testosterone or different supplements that are considered anabolic steroids, I think there's so many benefits that come with the ability to train more. And when you move your legs, you got blood flow.
Yeah.
Your legs are near your cock.
Exactly.
And balls.
Yeah.
Or your ovaries. Or your reproductive system.
Yeah.
Pump blood through your body.
Yeah.
Do exercises. And if you don't train your legs, you are actively sabotaging your test levels.
Absolutely.
Your estrogen balance within your test levels as a man.
Absolutely.
And as a lady.
Yep.
Like I haven't heard one person that says they are happy with what they do. They change their hair.
Yep.
Ladies change their eyelashes. They put on makeup. Like I'm sure I know guys that put on makeup. Like,
absolutely.
People change things about their body they don't like.
Yep.
Exercising is something that is immediately, as you spoke about earlier, immediately reimbursed.
Immediately.
As soon as you put in some reps for your squats, your ass is going to change. Your glutes are going to change. Sorry, the same thing.
Hey.
Your quads are going to change.
Yeah.
Your teardrop in your quad is going to change. Depending on how lean you are, your hamstrings are going to become more flexible.
Absolutely.
Your RDLs are going to be super awesome.
Yeah.
When you do deadlifts, it's going to create a great spinal alignment for you, and you're going to be less prone to things like like I think scoliosis is what it is, where your bones are all fucked up in your spine.
That's one of them. Yeah.
You're gonna have a lesser chance of decompressing discs if you practice doing deadlifts often versus if you don't, because the time you do go to pick something up, oh shit, I just compressed a disc in my spine.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen if you're lifting.
Or you need to, which really terrifying for my stepdad is about to go into surgery on the 12th, having the freaking pretty much weld with your bones, your spine together.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's insanity to
your
me.
spine. It's ridiculous.
Take care of your body. Fuck.
Absolutely.
And he was in the military for 26 years. Like
that takes a toll.
This is all a direct result of years
military service.
I working at Boeing as well. Years and years and years of wear and tear on the body.
Absolutely.
The body's like a fucking Jeep. You can add the fat tires, baby. You want to soup it up, take the top off. Go ahead. Be like everything you put into it is what you get out of it.
Absolutely.
There's no reason not to.
Absolutely.
It just absolutely kills me when I hear people say, "Oh yeah, well, my parents had hip problems or knee problems, and I'm probably gonna have it too." Not if you fucking take care of your body.
Bitch. Yeah.
If you
get on top of that.
Yeah, get on top of it. Don't just sit there and take life. Yeah, take a life is not fun.
An ounce of prevention is worth 1,000 times more than a pound of cure.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart too to hear about people saying, "Oh yeah, well, and I deal with this. I use the same outlook for a lot of things, like alcoholism. Like somebody said, "Oh, my parents are alcoholics, so I'm gonna be alcoholic too. So I'm just gonna accept it." No, don't accept that shit. Fight
bro.
it. Fight it.
Do not go gently into that.
Your mom has arthritis. Looks like you need to exercise. Like my dad died of cancer.
Yeah.
Like really fast. Like the worst. It's like the worst situation possible happened for him. It was like immediate. Like, hey, you have 3 days to live type shit. That is not me.
No.
I exercise. I move around. I pump blood through my body.
Exactly.
And it's essential.
It is.
It's like life or death for me. Yeah. Because it is life or death for my family members. Mm-hmm. Why would I want to repeat that same thing? So being prone to something doesn't mean you just give up.
No.
Oh God. Life is life. I give up.
Yeah.
I know somebody who's beaten cancer back at least 3 times and it's remission 3 times.
That's incredible.
Have gone through remission 3 times and they're still fighting it.
That's powerful.
With like I'm not going to give up mentality.
That's amazing.
Like everyone should have that same concept with whatever your parents go through. If your parents were a DV motherfucker,
bro,
you better not lay hands on your partner in a way that's not going to love them.
Exactly.
And if
be better.
Everybody knows how I feel about pedophiles.
Yeah, man.
I can hear the lumberjack devices firing up around me. Anyways.
Hey, be better than your parents.
Yeah, be better than your parents.
Be better than your
Absolutely. Parents. Other than drinking a gallon and a half water a day and these supplements and eating healthy, what else did fitness provide for you at that time?
Consistency.
Okay.
It's not necessarily that you have to go at the same time every day. It helps, for sure. Have a schedule.
Yeah.
Wake up at the same time. Go to sleep at the same time. Train at the same time. Eat at the same time.
Have you noticed the dogs like everything at the same time the other day?
Yeah, dogs are the fucking.
If I don't feed my dog at the exact same time of day, he throws a fucking fit.
Ape shit. Yeah. Humans are the same way. Humans are animals. Trying to distance ourselves from that basic fact is doing ourselves a disservice. Okay,
100%.
We are animals. We run on instinct. Okay, we run on very, very primal things, and you got to give those things credence, and one of those things is fucking schedule. Animals wake up and go to sleep at the same time every fucking day. They do a lot of the same things all the time because that's what works. That's what kept them alive. Be that way. It's okay. Shake it up, make yourself uncomfortable so you can learn new things, but it's be as regimented as possible. And so that was one of those things that fitness really gave me, is at about the same time every day. If I hadn't been to the gym already, I forced myself to go. Mm-hmm. So it was like 9, 10 o'clock at night. Fuck, the gym closes at midnight. I need to go right now.
Because I know that when I met you, you were absolutely fitness oriented, and but you were still open to changing your time to work out with me, which was super awesome. Man. I think some of my best workouts and some of my best memories within fitness are definitely with you. I agree. Remember you showing up to my bodybuilding show that meant the world to me. And then I remember you showing up and taking our. I think we made a joke about it. Juicy gym selfies.
Juicy gym. I
Juicy
still have
gym
that
selfies.
video. Do you
I
want it?
saw the video. I put it up on Facebook. I put it up on Facebook the other day, and
God, that's a good
it's overwhelming the relationships you create through going down with a bar across your chest,
Yeah.
feeling the stretch in your chest,
Yep.
and pressing the bar away from you
Absolutely.
with weight on it. So
Absolutely.
stretching and flexing with weight is something
Absolutely.
that helped me. Do you prefer jacking around weights and possibly risking,
Yeah.
joint injury, or hypertrophy training, and why?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. I like,
100%.
and it really depends on my mood and how much sleep I've had, how much food I've eaten. Like if I go into the gym and I pick the bar up off the rack and I'm like, oh, this literally feels like nothing. Oh, I'm throwing some heavyweight around.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. All day. If I'm tired though, nothing gets better than that meditative state of contract, pause, squeeze, retract, stretch, pause, push, pause, squeeze.
And treating your joints like hinges instead of like your arms.
Yeah, instead of fulcrums.
Yeah.
It's that point where you are in your workout so deeply and so heavily that you almost, like that flow state where the music, no matter what you're listening to, whether it's like a motivational speech or music or whatever, almost disappears and you are focused entirely on that muscle. I mean, that is damn near orgasmic.
Yeah.
Like when you're just locked in and you are feeling every single fiber that you've possibly got. That's an incredible feeling, but at the same time, there is a serious power to throwing on some heavy ass weight and getting under that bar and just pumping it.
Yeah.
Like getting under 1 to 5 reps, just strength training all out, balls to the wall. You are giving it every last, every drop of your being. Yeah. To just haul that weight with good form, mind you. You practice good form first so you can do this later without hurting yourself. But that moment when you are pushing yourself to the absolute limit, whether it be strength, whether it be hypertrophy, there is nothing better. That is easily one of my favorite feelings in the world. If I really, really had to pick one, and it's like choosing between two children, you love them both equally. But if I really had to pick one, it would have to be hypertrophy because of the meditative nature. My mind is a very chaotic place a lot of the time. There's always like 14 tabs open, and where the fuck is this music coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think some people can relate to that.
It's just it's a wild fucking place up there. And being able to go into the gym and sit down and focus so strongly and so heavily on something is phenomenal, because you have to tune everything else out. Otherwise, you're going to lose it. You're not going to get the right contraction. You're not going to get the effect that you want, And so that, yeah, I think that's a very beautiful thing. You really get to push it.
I completely agree with you, man. I have so many fond memories of pushing my limits physically.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen how much I can move, but I have way better memories seeing how much I can move this same weight, the correct way, stretching and flexing, creating these microfibers.
Oh yeah.
Microfiber tears in my muscle, so that I can have them soak up my food and nutrition, and water and supplements. Supplements were on top of everything I was always doing.
Yeah.
All at one time.
Absolutely.
And it's not like a let's be natty or not natty thing.
No,
it's you need to have the foundation of the food.
For sure.
You need to lift the weights. You need to lift them well.
Yeah.
Not just lifting the weights. Like, oh, look at me.
I could throw weight
You should see me. I lifted fucking 4 plates. Like,
whatever, bro.
Give yourself a gold star, and that's great. As long as you're doing it safely, it's great. But I've seen too many people in the gym lifting heavy weights dangerously, and literally harming. I've watched people tear their pec. I've seen people rip a bicep in half.
Yeah.
It's terrifying
It's
to
gross.
watch.
Yeah.
And it's like a weird noise too. So I'm
Yeah,
not.
that like wet pop.
Yeah. I've done things in my life. I've heard some things pop. That is not the type of pop I ever want to hear.
No, man.
But overall, I've had great experiences, and I think that I agree that a mixture between heavy lifting and really putting a serious strain on the load and serious load on your bones, so they know to be stronger.
Absolutely.
And also hypertrophy training is so important,
Absolutely.
because not just for the pump feeling either,
No.
but if you are having struggle with addiction or mental health or anything like that, the pump can change everything.
Oh, it does.
Massive release of endorphins will absolutely help you. And
Yeah.
people that haven't had the pump,
You're missing out.
I pity you.
Yeah, seriously.
It'll get your mind right real quick.
Will.
You'll be able to figure out, hey, this is what it feels like to really push through a pain threshold.
It does.
And reach this whole new level. Like, remember that really famous Led Zeppelin album cover where the rainbows are going everywhere, and it's like, oh, Nirvana moment, right?
Yeah.
This existential thing.
Yeah.
That is what the pump feels like.
I mean,
there's no way to describe it.
Yeah, I think Arnold said it. He was like, I'm coming
at home. I'm coming in the gym.
Yeah, bro. He was not lying.
If my muscles could have an orgasm, it's definitely when it's called the pump. And
yeah, man.
A lot of runners I've talked to experience it as well, when they their blood's pumping and they start to see red, and then everything kind of just fades, and then you just feel how heavy your feet are hitting the ground, and how fast you're moving in the wind.
Oh, dude.
And everything just goes numb.
That runner's high is awesome.
The runner high is phenomenal as well.
Pretty awesome.
And I used to run a lot when I was leaving after high school and stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah, I run. I like
you run?
I do.
Yes, I want to talk about that exactly right now. So I want to try something new that I've never done before.
Okay. Yeah.
And are you
never doubtful sin, baby? Let's go.
Okay, let's rock. So I'm going to read something to you.
Okay. Yeah.
It's something that you might be familiar with.
Okay.
You showed a part of your soul to the world.
Okay.
And I think that to call this a post on social media is really doing a disservice. You were horribly and completely honest with the world after going through a really, really tough time, and I don't want to take away from that. I'm just going to read this, and I'm going to ask you some questions as I read it, please.
Okay.
If as long as you're cool with that, okay?
I'm 100%, man.
All right.
Here to be raw.
Okay. I'm nervous. Long emotional story below. Read or don't. I don't give a fuck. Smiley face heart. About 9 months ago in my life, I fell the fuck apart. I lost my job. 2 of my best friends. I had my heart destroyed. I felt like I had nowhere to run. I was hanging out with a dangerous crowd, got shot at, overdosed, failed to save a life, and was smoking so much weed I disconnected from reality. I was barely playing Xbox or watching TV. I was playing Xbox or watching TV 12 to 14 hours each day, barely moving. I was horribly out of shape and dealing with severe mental illness. I was terrified of everyone around me. Thinking it was only a matter of time before they'll betray me, I hated myself, everything about who I was. I couldn't be sober for more than a few minutes. Before the anxiety set in, it had me hiding under the blankets, absolutely terrified that opening my eyes and even breathing the air outside would let the demons inside and they'd kill me. I lived this way for months until about 2 weeks ago. I had decided I had enough. I was going to kill myself if I didn't see an improvement by my 20th birthday. So I started to work out. Day 1, worked out for 20 minutes and I could barely hold myself upright, seeing spots, lightheaded. I quit. I went to the bathroom and stared at my unkempt, sweaty, flabby, stinky, pathetic, cowardly, useless waste of life that stared back from that mirror, and I cried. I cried till I puked, and then I cried some more. I got in the shower thinking, fuck this. There's no point to being here anymore. And I turned the water cold, thinking my last few hours would be nothing but punishment for who I am. But in that water, while I was shivering, snotty, and depressed, something broke. And my mind became perfectly clear. All of a sudden, the water wasn't so cold anymore. And one answer stood out to me. Do the things you hate the most and learn to love them. Embrace pain. Beat the failure out of yourself. push yourself so fucking far that the old Jack has no choice but to shrivel up and fucking die. I have been running every day, sometimes twice a day, because I fucking hate running. Oh my God. I've been taking freezing cold showers because I hate the cold. And guess what, bitches? I've never felt better. Be the change you want in yourself. Why don't you break down what was going on there when you put that up and before?
Okay. Starting from where? There's
Starting from
a
the
lot.
beginning.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, starting with the feeling.
All right, so let's pull that post up. I'll kind of go from the top.
I got it right here.
All right, yeah, let's do this.
So your life fell apart 9 months ago. So this is like a 9-month hiatus, correct?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, so I was pretty much I was AWOL from social media.
I know. I was wondering where the fuck you were at. I wanted to reach out to you, but I didn't want you to think I was stalking you. I should have reached out to you. It's one of my only regrets I have in my life.
Don't regret it. No regrets. Just lessons, So that moment was sort of condensed, because like the full story is long. So I tried to condense it as much as I could to fit into an Instagram caption. Because I needed to get it off my chest. There was just so much going on.
Did you have someone to talk to in real life at that time?
Not really.
So you took to.
I took to social media. I which like is and isn't the right thing to do.
Some people think it's not, and I think that's. I really want to say I disagree with what they say. A lot of times it's good to keep shit off social media.
Yeah.
But not everybody has that person they can talk to.
Exactly. If you need to go to social media, if you need to post something to get something off your chest, do it.
Or to ask for help.
Exactly. If you need help, get it. I don't care how. Nobody cares how. Get your help. Okay? That's that message, and it might literally be a fucking sentence, "Are you okay?" might save your life, and you will not know unless you try. Mm-hmm. So, for everybody listening, please fucking try. Somebody loves you, I promise. Okay? Moving on. So, this 9 months sort of was condensed into about it was a 3-month period that sort of I condensed into about a sentence. So I lost my first career job. And I had jobs before, like Total Nutrition. I worked at Dunlumbo for a while. I worked for my grandmother doing landscaping and shit, So I had jobs. I had been making money, but it wasn't career. It was never something that I was like, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life, So I got into mechanics because I absolutely love working on cars. Something about just the simplicity of turning bolts and making things work.
It's nice.
It's fun, man.
Dude,
it's so much fun.
Let me tell you about just going fucking elbow deep in an escalator or something about it.
Yeah,
really,
dude.
Really,
it's therapeutic.
It helps
almost
calm me down, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so simple. It doesn't care who I am or anything like that. It's just broken.
It's just there to fix it.
Let's fix this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I started into mechanics, but like the relationship I had in high school, I was a very broken individual. I was fooling around with people that I shouldn't be.
In what way, shape, or form?
In an emotional
without incriminating yourself, please.
I was giving too much emotional credence.
Okay.
To certain people.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was breaking me up pretty ugly, pretty bad. And so I had a lot of trauma at that time, and not necessarily like trauma, like well, okay. At the time that I lost my job, there was definitely some PTSD trauma, and I'll get into that as we go through this.
Okay.
But there was emotional trauma more than anything. Feelings of betrayal, feelings of being alone, feelings of am I enough? Why doesn't this person love me? Kind of stuff. Open
things that aren't scars yet. Open wounds.
Exactly. Open fucking wounds that continuously got opened and opened and opened and opened. Pretty much every time. And
without the tools to seal those up,
exactly,
they just keep bleeding.
They just kept bleeding. Yeah, and I was losing a lot. And so I was out of control. I was very out of control, and I tried to take that control back by by trying to control my friends, which was the wrong thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And through that, there was a lot of conflict. And I worked with my friends at the time. And so I lost my job because of that. And that was my first real kick in the face. Like, you can't just act like an asshole and expect the world to go well for you. You have to be morally straight. You have to be a good person. You have to be responsible for your own shit. You can't just slough things off and expect things to go your way. It's not possible. So that was tough, losing that job. My best friends, one of them was the girl that I was giving too much emotional credence to.
Okay.
And again, I'm not going to name names.
Yeah.
Eddie
Well,
knows.
that's a mature thing to do.
Eddie knows who this is.
Yeah.
And like I have said for everybody else that I've talked about in my past, if you are out there and you are listening to this, I sincerely hope that you have found happiness and that you are doing the absolute best that you can possibly be. Because I did care about you, and I still do care about you, because I still care about everybody that I have ever been in contact with.
Mm-hmm.
But don't reach
It's
out.
a very, very positive, mature way to look at life.
Yeah. I mean, there's no point in holding on to hatred and regret. Don't reach out. I don't want to talk to you. But
you made peace with that.
I sincerely hope that you are doing well.
That's good.
So she was one, and the other was a buddy of mine from Scouts that we had been friends for years. And there was a situation in which trust was severely betrayed, at least that I thought at the time. That's been resolved. And he's back in my life now.
Hopefully it's come full circle, and it's a positive thing.
We're doing, yeah, and it's
the
good.
Negative thing I'd say, only thing I'm gonna say is respect yourself, man.
Yeah, no, it's he's back in my life, and it's a positive thing. So it's that's been resolved. But at that time it was rough because I considered him a brother more than a friend, and losing that friendship because of drama was bad.
Yeah, it can devastate
I hated
you.
that. And yeah, my heart destroyed because the girl that I mentioned earlier, I loved her deeply, deeply, more probably than I have loved anybody else ever. And she just wasn't ready for that, and I wasn't ready to accept that was the reality.
Okay. Yeah.
So I tried to push that more than I should have. And she wasn't in a place where it would have worked. And looking back on it, I'm glad that happened, because it taught me a lot about restraint, and it taught me a lot about listening to other people and what they need. And the world isn't all about you. Sometimes people just aren't ready. That's okay. Deal with that. Suck it up. You can love somebody from a distance and still be okay. You don't have to kill yourself for it. And if you have to let them go, let them go. Don't murder yourself because of something that you need to deal with on your own. So yeah, that was tough. And I felt I had nowhere to go, because I didn't trust my family, because I didn't think that I could talk to them about what I was going through, because I think they would judge me. I didn't trust my friends because it was the same situation. I thought they would judge me.
That really sucks too.
It does.
I've been there.
To have nowhere to go. Yeah. And to lose the person that you went to for absolutely everything. I mean, this girl I would go to for everything. Any emotional problem, whatever, it didn't matter. I would call her any time of the day. And she told me that. Call me any time of the day. If you need me, call me. And so we were each other's support system, and that was how it went. And that fell apart. And so I didn't have anything to do. And I was hanging out with people that made me feel safe and made me feel good. And these were not, I'm not going to say good people, because they are good people, but they were dangerous.
Yeah, do these things occupationally they are frowned upon by society?
Yes, they had friends.
I've been there. I've done that shit.
Yeah, man. They had friends that were not great to be around. And so the next comma, the got shot at's a hole. story, so we can get into that if you want. We can.
I've been shot at a few times, man. It's nothing new.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
It's bad.
What? I just want to let's just touch on it quickly. Yeah. What is it? Is this the first time you've been shot at, right?
Yeah.
Tell me the thoughts running through your head at the time, if you can remember, because fog of war is a real thing, dude. Shit gets confused.
Wow, death is real.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
And you said you failed. I noticed in that post you failed to save somebody. Was that a part of the same situation?
It was. Yeah.
So you watched somebody bleed out in front of you?
Not bleed out. It was a house party.
House party.
It was a house party. We had to shut it down. And people didn't like that we were shutting it down. And so they got angry.
Yeah, they do get angry.
They got real angry. Yeah, I poked my head out the door to see what was going on. Right next to my head, about a foot, smack.
Yeah, it can be uncomfortable.
It's bad. That fucked me up for a while,
dude. Are you dealing well with it now? I know.
Yes.
I know that you are okay with guns now.
Now I've gotten to a point where I'm comfortable. Not
at the time. Did it terrify you of guns?
It fucked me up bad.
So
not necessarily of guns, but of people.
And why is that? Because the guns don't shoot themselves, or
yes, because I didn't trust that people that I knew and cared about wouldn't try to hurt me.
Okay. That can be terrifying.
It's yeah. So the life is it's in the wind, so I consider it a failure because I didn't have a definitive answer to what happened. A girl at the party overdosed hard on
phone to mouth, all the shit.
It was. I mean, eyes rolled back in the head, tweaking,
no good,
shaking,
dude.
the whole. Yeah,
no good. I'm sorry.
I was the only person there with any sort of medical training, and this is pre-EMT.
Yeah.
So I had a fucking first aid merit badge. I mean, that was the extent of my training. So I was expecting,
oh boy,
does anybody? So somebody popped outside and was like,
no one had Narcan or anything.
No, and somebody popped out and was like, hey, does anybody have medical training? I was like, I have a little, and they were like, okay, come back. And I was like, okay, what's going on? So I, walk in the back, and there's this girl
seizing
out of it, man,
convulsing, having a foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, back arched.
Yeah, I mean,
jerking around on the ground,
pushing me away. Don't come near me. Yes. It was bad.
The body's in defense mode.
It's
also in I'm dying mode.
And her friend was just sitting there doing nothing, and that pissed me off pretty bad.
Quality level of training, man.
Yeah, and I didn't know what to do, so I was like, you need to throw up, like you need to get, because I had in the space before I had an overdose the year before, because I was in. I like to call it chasing rabbits mode, where you get into a place where you're just like, I don't want to be sober right now, so I'm going to get as high as possible. And so I was just taking stuff. So I was downing pre-workout pills. I was smoking weed. I drank like a bottle and a half maybe of cough syrup, and just my system quit. And I spent the night in the hospital recovering from that, hooked up to IV and EKG, just making sure my heart didn't fail. I think a subconscious part of myself was that it was like, look, life is painful, give up. But as soon as everything went down and I started to legitimately, like, my heart started to make funny beats and wasn't it started to get to a point where it's like, holy shit, I might actually die tonight.
Then you're mortal. That's the word. It came to my head when I had a heart incident.
It was like, holy fuck, I don't want to die. Yeah. Life is way too important to me. So that I was kind of fresh from that. It was probably 6 months prior to this party that this was happening. And so I'm thinking she's got to be going through the same thing. She's just as scared. She's just as worried, am I going to make it through this? And so I was doing everything that I could, and it wasn't much.
Were you vocalizing your intent as well?
I was like, well, I'm trying to help. Please, just
was anything getting through?
You. Nothing.
Yeah,
her friend was telling me to fuck off. She was telling me to fuck off. It was ugly.
Was she cognitive
no,
relatively at all,
or
just completely
just out of it,
just moving
out of it? Yep. Her friend ended up throwing her into the back of a vehicle, and they just drove off, and I never saw her again.
So just to backtrack real quick.
Yeah.
Did you? So you were making attempts.
I was trying
to stopping somebody from harming themselves.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't work.
No.
and they leave with somebody else.
No.
Did that leave? I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. It's fucking obviously, but did that leave some layers of guilt with you, and it did not sit well with you?
A lot. Yeah.
Do you still post that situation?
Yeah.
Do you still feel that?
Yeah.
I really do hope that I can get this across to you, man. You need to let that shit go. And I say it because of this. There's nothing that you could have done differently that could have changed that situation because you already tried the best you could. And you can look in the mirror right now and say that you tried. That is literally all you can do, bro.
Yeah.
You don't rise to the occasion like most people say in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Follow your fucking level of training.
Yeah.
If all you had was laceration training, how to put a tourniquet on, splints, and I forgot what else is involved in that first aid merit badge.
Not a lot.
But basic first aid shit. You're not doing life saving.
No.
It's not like an aperture of life saving skills.
Mm-mm.
Don't hold that. Let it go, because guilt eats you up, man. And I've failed to save people's life before. It bothers me every day.
Yeah.
Like this time, it was one of my close friends.
Yeah.
That bled out my fucking arms, and not knowing what to do, even though I had, medical experience as a Boy Scout or whatever, it didn't.
It takes a toll.
You can't stop a gunshot wound.
No, you can't.
Or an overdose.
No.
Unless you have
the right stuff.
And who's to say even if you did have the right shit, you could have changed it.
Yeah.
But those questions that eat you alive, brother.
Yeah.
So look in the mirror and start telling yourself, instead of "I wish I would have done better," or instead of that Facebook post where in the moment you realize that, or sorry, Instagram post where you said, "I failed to save a life." You didn't fail to save a life. You tried your best. You didn't fail at anything.
Thanks, man.
Life failed.
Yeah.
You tried your best, and any therapist you go to that's going to help you work through this, or if you choose to do so, I'm not going to push therapy on anybody ever. I disagree with that idea, all of you whatsoever.
I'm going to therapy.
Or
therapy.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you could have done differently. You did your best, and if that doesn't sit well with you, then you need to thank yourself more because you tried.
Yeah.
You fucking tried. That feeling you're feeling is, damn, I wish I could have done better. Who's to say better would have saved the day?
That's true, yeah.
There's like a time limits on certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And without knowing what if you Narcaned her and it wasn't a Narcan situation? What if she had an allergic reaction? Her throat was closing. There's so many different things that could have happened. The body's a strange, mysterious place. Yeah. So I implore you, and I'm not gonna get on my knees and beg you because I don't do that unless you're like really gonna hurt yourself. So, but I'm gonna say it right now: don't judge yourself, man, because you tried.
Yeah,
you tried. You didn't fail. Her friend made a critical decision, and she ignored the risk analysis, continuum, or however you want to call it, and decided to roll the dice on her friend's life, and she has to live with that. Not you, brother. Don't judge yourself when you step the fuck up when no one else did.
I appreciate that.
And that's what separates the heroes from the, in a situation that goes bad, there's usually two types of people, and I hate dealing in absolution, but this is one of those things. You're either helping or you're fucking hindering.
Yeah,
you helped.
I agree with that.
You helped. Yeah. That's more than most people can say. So please, if you need to chat about this shit later, man, we can trade war stories offline about violence and pain and death and stuff. But I don't want this to be about that. I just want to remind you that you tried.
I appreciate you.
So you never failed to save a life. That's really why I want to touch on this so much. Mm-hmm. You never failed. You acted when others did nothing. The guy who came to get you because he was scared, he was acting as well. Yeah. He didn't know. He didn't have the tools to even try. So you know what he did? He found someone who did. And you did. You did try. And that's worth it, brother.
Thanks, man.
Why don't you tell me a little bit more about the rest of that stuff?
So that happened. And my response to that, which, if you've never, and I hate to say this because it sounds really douchey, and I've, comparatively to other people, which isn't a good thing to do, but I'm going to say it anyways. Others have not, others have been through worse, and others have been through a lot more and probably had to deal with a lot more. But getting shot at, it doesn't sit well, like it changes
you,
everything.
Bro.
And so I didn't know how to deal with that. I didn't know how to deal with somebody attempting to take my life, and
Did they shoot you
legitimately
intentionally as well?
attemptingly.
Like, oh, look at this motherfucker! I'm gonna shoot Jack in the face.
I mean, I can't be sure if it was officially me, but I was the one who was shutting down the party. So
And regardless, you got shot at, right?
yeah, so it's hard to say if it was like me specifically or if it was just like, oh look, that's one of the two motherfuckers that was shutting down this party.
Were you under
Let's
the
take him out.
influence of any substance at that time as well?
I was a little buzzed.
Okay, so but you weren't in the right state, so it could have
Yeah,
been heightened or
it could have been.
lessened,
Yeah,
and that's
it's
still
hard to say.
terrifying.
It's hard to say. But that fucked me up, and I didn't know how to deal with that. And I didn't have anybody close to me at that time. Because I wasn't talking to Eddie at this time. Some of which was guilt because I had let my physique go so far that I was ashamed to reach out to an individual that I saw as like an absolute like god of physical health.
You're not talking about me, right?
Oh no, I'm straight up
Jesus
talking
Christ,
about you.
dude, man. So first off, you cannot just say stuff like that.
So no. This is not on you. This is not on you. Not at all. Not at all.
I understand it's not on me. I'm not saying that, man.
Yeah.
I'm a student in life, and I've
No, I
always
get
tried to
that,
portray
man.
that, and I appreciate you saying the positive compliment that you just gave me, and I don't want to throw that to the wayside, but I want to say this: me working hard at my goal doesn't make me an expert or like you said, a god of physical perfection. It just makes me somebody who doesn't want to be the same as I was yesterday. I'm a student of life. No matter what I do, I'm always learning. I'm learning right now. You're telling me what it's like to be shot for the first time. That's helping me deal with how I was shot for the first time. I was like fucking 8. It felt weird to me too,
young,
but I was a kid. I didn't understand until I overheard my mom and dad talking about it, about the bullet coming through the windshield right outside of Boeing. And you have a great heart, man, and I don't want you to think that ever you can't come and talk to me, or anybody can't come and talk to me. I had somebody reach out to me just the other day. They lost a very, very close loved one, and they were thinking about suicide again, and I've walked this person off the ledge probably 9 times. And it's worth it every time.
Every time.
There's never a bad time to come and talk to somebody, man. So if you ever get in your head again and think back to this time in your life where you're like, fuck, I don't know how to deal with this shit, don't hesitate to reach out. Because, dude, at the end of the day, I'm a person who tries to make jokes about fucked up shit. I have a dick and balls and 2 hands, and I don't cheat on my wife. That's like, if you could sum me up in one sentence, that's who Eddie is, really.
There you go.
Like, I know what I have on my body. I know what I do with my hands. I work. I have a wife that I honor. I hope to honor more in my life as I improve. Now, I'm never just more. I'm just a fucking person, bro.
I get you.
Reach out.
I get you. Yeah.
That breaks my heart. That breaks my heart. Not because you're fucked up, but it breaks my heart because you didn't feel like comfortable enough reaching out, man.
Well, some of it was less, some of it was just like I didn't know how close we were, and I had a hard time reaching out to anybody about it.
I can tell.
Just it was something that I felt so weird doing, because I mean the only people that I know that have ever had bullets come their way were like combat veterans, and I didn't have a lot of those people around me.
Okay.
And I'd like it just I worried about, and this is something that I've always worried about, is burdening people with problems they can't do anything about.
Okay.
Because I hate that. And that's not to say that like if you feel bad, don't reach out to me, because like I will do my fucking best to help you. But like I hate feeling like I can't help somebody, and I don't want to put that feeling on anybody else.
The interesting thing about what you just said is that there's always something somebody can do, and it's just listen.
That's true, yeah.
Or tell you that you're stupid, or tell you that it's okay, or tell you that I'm sorry you're going through this. There's always something that someone can say to you.
That's true.
Therapists do it all the time. They ask you questions. They make you think through your shit. And they make you all fucked up and cry and feel vulnerable and have to face your trauma. You can always reach out to people, man. And if they don't respond well to it, shame on them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So
you were shot at.
Yeah.
You watched somebody's friend
Yeah.
put them in or do a horrible risk analysis and ultimately resulted them so that I'm going to assume full circle they died.
I don't know.
You think they died. So they were having an overdose.
Probably, yeah.
And she ran away from somebody trying to help.
Yeah.
So I don't think they went to somebody else who could help, which would be like an EMT or, which is what you are now, or like the hospital, or like somebody's parents who's like, oh shit, there's a kid
call
dying.
the fucking 911. Yeah, no. Yeah, I shared a cigarette with that chick not 20 minutes prior to, so it was close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
things got crazy.
There's that. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we've talked about a lot of heavy shit, and some of you that are listening to this might know who I am. And if you don't, Eddie knows who I am. Ask Eddie. But he extended his hand to reach out, and I do the same. If you need help, if you are struggling, I don't care who you are. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what you've been through. Okay? My DMs, my messenger, I'm bad about checking it, I'll be honest with you, but it's open. Let me know if you need help, okay? I will talk to you. I will try and and work with you through whatever you're doing, and if I can't help, I will listen, and I can promise you that, because everybody deserves at the very least a shoulder to cry on. So that out of the way. Moving forward, I didn't know what to do with myself, and the friend group that I was close with at the time pretty much dealt with everything by smoking weed. Yeah. The consensus was bad day, smoke about it.
So you're taking what you're doing and putting it, or what you're experiencing, and putting it into something that will alleviate you of that thing.
Exactly.
Without having to face it.
Exactly.
So
I was running.
Do you think that's a? Yeah, I was about to ask.
I was running from
it. So you're running from it.
Absolutely.
Do you think that's a negative thing or a positive thing to do? Because I hear people all the time saying, "Fuck, I need a drink," in TV shows and stuff like that, and it really bothers me because you don't need that.
No, you don't.
You need to feel loved, to face what you're going through, and to handle your shit ultimately.
No, I fully believe that whatever struggle you're going through, you need to face it head on, and you fight it. You don't run from problems, because your problems can run faster than you and longer than you, and they'll catch up. And you don't want that to catch up when you have a family, when you have kids, when you have people that you care about. You want that shit. You want to plant your back foot, turn around, and face that motherfucker while you can. And that's what I was running. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to face it. I didn't want to deal with it.
So it says there that you took a cold shower.
Yeah, I did.
So you decided, you made some decisions.
I did.
And you said, I'm going to take a cold shower.
I did.
And I'm going to punish myself before I remove myself from this earth.
It was a punishment. Absolutely.
What was, like, obviously, like, it's hard to put this in words, so it's a kind of unfair question to ask, but for people that don't know what it's like to feel like the lowest of the low, what were you feeling at the moment?
So, if you've ever been in a place, if you've ever been in the dark, and I'm not talking about like the lights are off in your room. I mean like the dark. The lights have gone out. There's no way to see around.
Like you're blind.
And you're blind. And there's no way to see the end. If you've ever been lost, I mean, driving lost. That feeling of panic and of fear of I don't know where I am. I don't know how I'm going to get home. You know, if you've ever been in a situation where you are worried about the outcome, um, imagine that, and not to discredit what anybody else has ever gone through, but it's like that, but it seems unending. And the the pain that you feel is so all consuming that it doesn't even register as pain anymore. That it just it almost feels like fatigue, where you're just so tired of dealing with life, and you're so tired of waking up, and the first thought that goes through your head is, I need to make sure that my room is safe so I can get out of bed. And the second thought that goes through your head is, I really hope that none of my friends are coming to hurt me right now. And you spend your entire life hiding from everything and running from every emotion, because anything that opens up that gate to more hurt is just it's unbearable. Um, the the feeling of helplessness, that you look at yourself and you look at the situation that you're in and you just can't see any solution. It's like being lost in a maze, and not only is there no way out of the maze, but there's something hunting you in that maze. And you know if you don't stop running, it's going to catch you and it's going to kill you. And
I think chasing you is suicide.
that thing chasing you is suicide. That thing chasing you is you. Um that that feeling of giving up is, and I don't say this in a positive light, so please do not mistake this as such, but it almost feels like a freeing solution, because you're just like, I don't know what else to do, so death is my only way out. And all of a sudden you have something that you think is going to let you out. And if you don't catch that that's not true fast enough, you're going to take that option.
And sadly, it's like obviously the whole situation is sad, but on the other side of that, the only thing that is here after you're gone is passing the pain.
Exactly.
I've had
Yeah.
like this has been like the worst year of my entire life, man. If I'm really being honest with you, as far as my friends removing themselves from this earth,
Sorry, man.
having people fly across the country, having to fly off across the country on their own bill, when they have children in a different state and they have to fly a different time zone. And I work with these people, and they've committed suicide, and I have to help their family travel around our state, set the funeral expenses, set the funeral home, set the GoFundMe, meet with the union, go to my job. I have to help clear out his van. I have to pick up all of his stuff. I got to put away all of his hair products in the garbage. I have to throw away his toothbrush. I have to hear the gut-wrenching scream of the sister when she walks into the room and she's crying, and her husband's trying to give her the space she needs, but also trying to be there at the same time, and seeing the turmoil he's going through, and the broken soul that is this person's sister, and my heart is just crushed. There's no solution in that shit.
There's not.
There's none. And that's just one of the people whose apartment I've cleaned up. I've done it occupationally in the military as well. Out of the kindness of my heart, I tried to help out with the family, and thankfully the job I'm currently at, they not only like paid for my time for me doing that, they thanked me a million times for taking the time. I took time off to do this, and they paid me anyways, which is great, and I appreciate them. But having to be there for somebody, it's like the most thankless. Like to say this, and it hopefully not sound selfish as hell.
Yeah.
It's like the most thankless, painful thing I've ever experienced going through, because And I've been told thank you so many times. And to me, I don't feel like it's a thing. I think it's like I had to do it. If I didn't do it, I'd be just as fucked up as that person who's having to help clean the apartments. And like, it's never a good thing to have to clean up after somebody when they die.
No,
especially by their own hand.
Yeah.
Don't pass the pain. There's no positive aspect of suicide that's going to help anybody. And I can honestly say, man, sitting here with you, the world's such a better place because you're here. And if I knew you were going through this at the time, or if I never read that until just this couple days ago, and I screenshotted it, and I started to weep because it made me hurt for you, because I knew you were hurting when you put before, during, and after when you put that up. And you're probably there's a part of you still hurting. You're able to talk about it, but I see the life leave your eyes when you talk about what it felt like that. And it breaks my heart to hear that we as human beings in a society where we have all the things going for us, we still are having these issues. And I'm thankful that you are here so you can talk about it and share your experience. And I really do hope that somebody hears this and they gain a little bit more perspective, like I'm gaining right now. I didn't feel like that when I wanted to kill myself. I was just shit-faced drunk. I heard something about the guilt that I have with my father's passing, and then I don't know better way to say, I went off the deep end. I freaked out. But I thankfully I was surrounded by people who loved me, who comforted me, who I called the veteran suicide hotline, talked to them as well.
Good.
I talked to people because I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew I didn't want to die, but I didn't want this feeling anymore.
Yeah.
Talking to somebody can make all the difference. And I realized then I wasn't suicidal.
Yeah.
I was just really hurt. And talking about it helps.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm thankful that you're still here and you were able to share that and to see the positive feedback you got.
I'm glad
awesome
to.
As well.
I'm glad to.
So I know you got positive feedback.
I did, yeah.
Which one stood out the most to you? Do you remember? Was there anything that said, "Hey, you know what? I think it's awesome what you're doing. Thank you for opening up," or anything like that?
Yeah. One of the cheer girls reached out, and so I should preface this by saying that me and this girl have been in school together in the same grade since kindergarten.
Okay. So this is a member of your community who you know well.
Yeah, a long time. I wouldn't say friendship, but acquaintance.
Yeah.
I've known who she is. She's known who I am. We've existed in the same space
for a while. Yeah.
For a while. We hadn't really grown close until. I mean, we still aren't really that close. But we had seen each other at a couple shows, and whatnot. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're here. And she reached out and mentioned that I've seen you running a few times and I've tried to wave, but I don't know, you might not have seen me. You're just so focused, and I'm really proud of you. And the fact that somebody that I am not really all that close with, really had a lot of interaction with, is still proud of me was earth shattering. Mm-hmm. So to that person, if you listen to this, and I think you know who you are, I hope so. Thank you, because my response was sort of heartless because I have no idea how to accept compliments. So I'm a socially awkward.
I normally do first names if I really want someone to hear something. So you can.
Yeah. Jaden, if you hear this, legitimately, thank you so much. I don't think you really realize what you did for me. And yeah, my response was not nearly as deep as the feelings that I felt when I read your message, but yeah, it helped a lot. And even though it came after the struggle, that I was not out of the dark yet, and that definitely lit a fire. So thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
there's a lot in that.
There's a lot.
There's so much. There's so much to unpack in that.
So let's just go back to the cold shower. You
Dude,
know, I
so
decided to take a
tell me
cold
about
shower.
cold shower. Dude, a lot of bad things happen in cold showers,
A
man.
lot of bad things happen in cold showers, but some really great ones do too. Part of it was I was obsessed at that time with finding something.
Even if it's found through penance.
Even if it's penance, even if it's pain, even if it's like anything to hold on to that I can push through the next few days. And that one of those things was the Wim Hof method, actually. And that suffering and pain and cold and David Goggins.
David Goggins. I was about
David
to say
Goggins,
David
that
Goggins.
motherfucker,
It sounds like
bro, that motherfucker.
stay hard,
bro. Suck it up.
Suck
Deal
it
with
up.
your feelings.
Deal with your
Listen,
feelings.
bro. Oh, I listened.
Did he go off on tangents?
Oh
And
my God.
I remember I was listening to his video, and then I'm listening to this 10-year-old. He goes off,
Yeah.
and this is gonna get explicit, by the way. So, moment of silence for your kids if they're listening. He's like, man, I've been called a nigger. I've been called this. I've been called a
Yeah.
faggot. Like whatever you're called, you know. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I've ran 23 miles a day. What did they do?
yeah.
Complete.
I woke up at 5:30 this morning.
He's like fully
I was
immersed in
running.
his goal,
Dude.
like, and he's
badass.
yeah. I
He's
think
a hard motherfucker.
he completely self-identifies with being a hard motherfucker.
Being a hard
That's
motherfucker.
word for word what he says.
Yeah.
So you
He
put
pushed
yourself in
me.
this cold shower.
I did.
And you're
Because I was
what
like,
was going through your head other than I want to hurt myself and
it was a
like please find a reason.
it was a
Okay.
make or break kind of situation.
Okay.
It was a
So
look.
there was still a little spark of hope deep in that darkness.
A glimmer.
Glimmer.
And it was one of those make or break things where I was like, I've got nothing left. Fuck it. I'm gonna try a cold shower. And so I sat there in the cold and I shivered and I shivered and I shivered. And I don't know if it was a mental break or a physical break or both, but at some point I legitimately, like, I was sitting there with my eyes closed, like I couldn't open my eyes because I was so fucking cold. And like my water doesn't get that cold. It's not like ice water. But
I think I'm gonna go try this. Like
it was hard.
I might take a cold shower tonight and try to find Jesus or something.
I mean, literally, just sit in the bottom of your bathtub and let the water hit the top of your fucking head and just rain down over your body as cold as you can possibly get it.
You got it. I'm gonna do it.
And so I'm sitting there and I'm just shivering. And at one point, my body just adjusted, and it was a snap. It was instant, and I adjusted, and like legitimately, like all of a sudden, the water felt warm, and I just opened my eyes, and I like looked around, and I like sat back, and I like relaxed, and I just let the cold water flow over me, and I was like, you know what? If I can handle cold fucking water, I can handle anything. If I can handle freezing, which is something I've hated my entire life, I can handle some fucking mental problems. Mm-hmm. I can handle addiction. I can handle depression. I can handle anxiety. I don't give a shit. If I can deal with this, I can deal with anything.
That reminds me of the last incident that I had, and I don't normally talk about my run-ins with harmful and suicidal thoughts. I don't get them anymore, which is awesome because I started talking about my problems and they just disappeared.
That's good.
But it was years ago. And I used to hate the song by Logic.
Yeah,
the
1-800, yeah, the suicide hotline.
Number, the suicide hotline, right? The suicide hotline song, and I used to fucking hate it, and I never. And my wife Rhiannon, she's so wise beyond her years. She would always say, "It's a really important, good song."
Yeah.
Like, why do you hate it? And I'm like, I don't like it. Like I was mad. I think I was subconsciously putting off me dealing with my issues and my guilt and the things that I've gone through in my life, and trying to just put it all on myself, because I noticed almost not necessarily a systematic, but a gradual, slow change in me starting to hate myself, and it was a big issue for me. I'm thankful that I was able to have my moment of nirvana where I say, "Oh, everything's changed," or this euphoric moment of I need to be different now.
Yeah.
I was surrounded by people I loved and that loved me, and they told me that they cared about me and they didn't want me to hurt anymore. And that made all the difference. So in hindsight, I absolutely love that song now. I listen to it and I'm like, man,
it's a banger.
I'm sorry you're going through that. And then it, from I just want to die today to I don't want to die today.
Yeah.
And then how it wraps up is I don't even want to die anymore. That is really,
that's powerful.
It's like a powerful thing. And
it is.
And seeing him perform it live was on the
man.
YouTubes was powerful as well. But it's so
crying.
overwhelming always when I listen to somebody I really care about talk about their brush with wanting to hurt themselves.
Yeah.
That cold water thing, I'm gonna try it.
It goes hard. Anybody
I'm gonna try it. I don't want to harm
shot.
myself, but I'm gonna try it anyways, just so I can gain perspective.
It's a break.
And I'm gonna sit in the cold shower, and I fucking hate the cold,
dude.
I am a balls trying to jump up my neck, and it's not good.
Oh, bro, I'm a big fan of breaking points. Okay. I'm a big fan of breaking points.
You play
Wildlands.
No, Wildlands and Breakpoint.
Yeah.
You play both?
I do, yeah.
We should play video games one day.
Yeah.
I don't play them very often.
I need to get Wildlands back, but I play Breakpoint.
Okay, all right. We're gonna jump in on that thing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of finding your limit.
Okay.
You never know how far you can push it until you find it. You can think you're pushing hard, but until you hit that point where you legitimately are like sitting down on the bathroom floor, like sobbing into your knees because you have hit your fucking breaking point, you don't know how far you can go. Find it.
I know a lot of people who have struggled with mental health that don't say, okay, what's my break point? Or, okay, what can I do to pull myself out of this rut? They just stay in the rut because, and sadly, there's a couple people I know, and I don't deal with them anymore for this reason. They don't want to be helped.
Yeah.
They don't want to help themselves either.
Yeah.
They are happy with being a victim, and it's a narcissistic tendency, and it's gotta change. We gotta be better than that.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a society,
I agree with that.
Well, I can honestly say, man, I am so thankful that you didn't. The world is a better place because you didn't, and I'm a better person because you didn't.
I appreciate that.
I wish I could say I could deal with another suicide in my life. I can't.
No.
I can't take more people harming themselves.
No.
And then I really can't say it enough. Like, talk through your fucking trauma.
Absolutely.
It's so simple.
Absolutely.
If something's bothering you, talk about it. You can't find nobody to vent to, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Talk about it.
Talk to me. I'll listen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have these bags under my eyes.
Yeah.
As of right now, I can say they're hard earned. I will answer the phone in the middle of the night if I get a phone call. Don't text me.
No.
One beep ain't enough. I need a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and if you reach out to me, I'm gonna try my best to respond to you. I don't give a shit what's going on in my life because you committing
matter.
Suicide is so much more important.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of hotlines I always post in the description. And if it has to do with your self-image, I'm gonna be posting that in the description as well.
Sure.
I had somebody who really made a huge impact on me. My coach at the time, Brian Click. I had so many.
Brian's a G, man.
He's phenomenal. He's one of the only people I'm gonna allow to be an active sponsor for this for what I'm working on right now, this project.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it to be corrupted by me.
For sure.
Trying to promote some juice bag or some product, right? I really want to promote things I believe in. And
absolutely.
Brian is somebody who helped me through the toughest times of my life, and he's gone through so much. His consistency really helped me as well. The constant, hey man, I saw your post with your wife. I'm happy. I'm happy you guys got a new dog. While I'm also, in a business transaction, giving him money for running my diet plan, my workout plan, my sleep schedule. Everything was regimented, and
you didn't have to do that.
Did it for a year, and that helped.
Yeah.
But what do you supplement now as far as your life to keep your mental health on par? Like I do. I like schedules.
Yeah.
That I set for myself.
For sure. Yeah, totally.
And I'm also okay if Brian set in my food schedule, I get it. But I don't like. I have to control my own schedule because it helps me.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm accountable. I have to show up at this point. I made an appointment to meet with Jack today to hear his life story and to try not to cry as he expresses serious amounts of pain that he's experienced that might not be tough to other people, but to him, they fucking sucked. So that's something I'm showing up to no matter what. I like to control my life as far as mental health goes. So I show up.
For sure.
What do you do?
For me, it's working out. And I tell myself you get 2 minutes a day to cry. Rest of the day, you're gangster.
I'm going to write that down.
Bro, That's been my mantra. If I'm having a day and it is not a good one, you know, I give myself towards the end of the day, I'm sitting in bed, I give myself 2 minutes to cry. And I'm like, all right, you get 2 minutes to feel absolutely everything you constantly. It's not like I set a timer, you know.
Mm.
If I have more than 2 minutes in me, I let more than 2 minutes out,
Okay.
you know.
But you minimize it.
But I minimize it.
Mm.
It's not a matter of, okay, 2 minutes, then you stuff it down again. It's you feel your feelings, but you do not let that shit bleed. Okay? It doesn't soil your sheets. It doesn't bother you for the rest of the day. Okay? You get 2 minutes to deal with your shit, and then you're done. And if you haven't dealt with it in those 2 minutes, I go to therapy every week, so I write it down. Hey, I need to talk to my therapist about this.
Okay. So you save things to open up later.
I do.
So you compartmentalize, but you actually deal with
Absolutely.
and open up those boxes.
I do every time.
Do you think that is something you'd recommend to anybody going through,
Everybody.
or not for everybody?
I would say everybody should try it.
Okay.
It might not work for everybody, and if it doesn't work for you, that's fine. But you just have to adjust. You have to figure it out. Because everybody's different. Every mind is different. Every brain is going to operate in different ways. If you don't respond to something, that's not necessarily meaning you're beyond help. It just means you need something different. So
absolutely
find what works for you. For me, talking about things, getting stuff off my chest. If something is bothering me, I will talk to my mom. I'll talk to my dad. I'll talk to my brother. I'll talk to my friends. If something is really, really digging at me, I'll reach out and I'll be like, yo, this is fucking me up. I need a hand. But my first person that I always go to every single time is me. I look at myself and I'm like, all right, listen, motherfucker. Why is this bothering you?
Mm. So you face your situation before you seek outside help.
head on, man. I stare that bull in the eyes.
Do you do this in a cold shower, or are you past the cold shower?
I a little bit of both.
Okay.
I'm sort of past the cold shower at this point, just because like some of that was just breaking that don't be a bitch mentality.
Okay.
It was about that you sit in that shower until the shower feels warm kind of thing. And now it's almost become natural for me to, like, if I start feeling feelings, to kind of like just take a step back and be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you feeling this way? This isn't that big of a deal. Or this is a big fucking deal. You need to deal with this right now.
Having that ability to discern those two things has been a huge difference in my life as well. Mm-hmm. Honestly, man.
It's huge.
You've called me solid twice during this podcast. I want to take note of that. And I think one, I want to thank you for that compliment. I try to be solid, and for my favorite song is "Solid as a Rock." It's
there you go.
Old ass song, right? It's overwhelmingly important that I always am honest about this. The only way I can portray the idea of being solid and okay is by finding those two things.
Absolutely.
Say, is this a me issue or a we issue?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Me or we is a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
And I take that into my relationship as well. Is it an Eddie issue, or is it an Eddie and Rhiannon issue?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
She is absolutely everything to me. Mm-hmm. Do I need her? Does she need to be overloaded with things? No. Do I need to be overloaded with things? Fuck no. Does she need to be overloaded with things? No. Do we need to be overloaded with things? No. You know what? Together we can figure it out.
Exactly.
And we'll figure out what we need to throw in boxes and burn them.
Oh, yeah.
And what we need to throw in boxes and open them up later.
Yeah.
And what boxes
for sure
can't wait.
Absolutely.
I don't think that
absolutely
negative thoughts are something that can't wait. We bring them right up to the table immediately.
Like a big dick in the locker room, man.
Big dick in the locker room. It's right there. So tell me what it's like for you to jump into a medical career field. So now you mentioned it twice. You're one of the great people in this United States who is not just a civil servant, you're also a first responder. No. So you show up and do things when people would normally freeze up. Unlike you in that instance you talked about earlier. Mm-hmm. Was that something that led up to you making the decision to become an EMT? Or
absolutely.
And also post that, do you have any goals to go into the firefighter world as well?
Yes and no.
Okay.
So The incident that we spoke about earlier
Mhm.
absolutely led me into where I'm going.
Okay.
Initially, I was actually going to join the Marine Corps.
Hey, Semper Fi, motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying,
Devil
man.
dogs.
Hardcore, hard charger motherfuckers. So I was initially going to go into the Marine Corps because I was looking for that. Because so gunfights are a weird thing because while you're shitting yourself terrified, you're also having a blast. You know, like it's weirdly fun because you're like, holy shit, this is like fucking woo. You know,
I've never talked about this on the
it's
internet or live. I will. I can't disagree or agree with you,
you know,
honestly, because it's like a mixed answer.
it's a really weird. Yeah,
Shit gets weird when the first bullet breaks.
exactly. It's terrifying. You feel you're like, I'm gonna die. This is the
Exhilaration.
end of it, but you're having a fucking blast.
Mhm.
So, thinking about that, I was like, I want more. So I was initially thinking about the Marine Corps. One of my cousins is in the Marines, so I was talking to him a lot. I was like, what's the Marine Corps all about? All of these things, and I was pretty dead set on either going into infantry
Mhm.
and then trying force reconnaissance
Okay.
because I figured
I got a couple recon buddies.
it's
Yeah, fucking
hardcore.
badass motherfuckers.
They're hard chargers, and you just don't quit. Like that's
Do
be
you want me to
fit,
do you want me to
don't
get you
quit.
connected with some recon guys?
That'd be sick.
Do you still want it?
Not
Do you
as
still want to
much.
do this?
Not as much.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, if you change your mind, let me know, and
Dude,
I can get you set up.
bet.
These people are great.
They're good people. I one of my buddies from my EMT class is a Marine. He's a good guy. Um, and so I thought about it a lot because I was like, it's a guaranteed job for 4 years for one, and two, it's you get out and you have something to wear on your chest.
Mhm.
Not necessarily like you wear your uniform all the time.
Not
But
like
like
not physically, like
not physically, but you get something.
you carry it
I'm
around with you forever.
I'm a Marine.
Yes.
That
That
has
never. There's no such thing as ex-marine.
no
Forever.
that has weight. Yeah. I mean, I've heard people say that there's only two branches of the military: the Army and the Navy, because the Air Force is a corporation and the Marine Corps is a cult.
I've heard that before.
And I'm like, you know what? Word, I'd join a cult. Like the Marines, every Marine that I have met has been a dedicated, hard charging, good person at heart. They might have made mistakes, most people have, but they've been a good person at heart, you know. Um, and especially like in my EMT group now, and I say EMT group, but it's my the people I went through class with.
Okay. Yeah, your squad. Yeah.
My squad, man, company, Alpha Company, solid fucking people. Um, one of them is a machine gunner in the Marines.
Yeah, probably rock 240.
Bad, yeah,
Something like that.
240, 249. He's a bad dude. He's a good guy. And I love him dearly. We haven't known each other very long, but he's when you meet somebody,
You just connect with them, dude.
dude, you just
it was like
fucking
meeting
meshes,
you.
man.
Meeting you, I knew for a fact. I said, and I told this to Jeremy. I said, I don't know what it is about Jack. I think we're gonna be friends for a long time, unless something goes like really sideways.
Wrong, yeah.
And it doesn't matter how much a good friend. It doesn't matter how much time or space gets in between you.
Damn straight.
You're gonna be able to connect right where you left off.
Damn straight.
I've had friends that I've known for so long, and I can't say that about. And to this day, I feel like I'm kind of limping along our relationship, and it sucks. But the great thing about being able to recognize that greatness in somebody is that I can tell you anything right now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter.
It goes both ways.
You're gonna receive it, and you're gonna care about me. You can call me, and I can show up. I can call you. You can show up.
The same way, yeah. Absolutely.
And that's what you can tell that right away off the bat when you meet these type of people. So
yeah.
Is that the type of relationship you found with this guy?
I think, yeah.
That's gonna be one of your brothers. I really do
man.
believe, man, for a long time.
Yeah, he works for Snohomish Fire now.
Badass,
dude. He's a hard.
I got some friends in Snohomish Fire.
Yeah,
I got a couple firefighter buddies that I know, and I love seeing their relationship with their family and their children.
Yeah.
So
he's good people, good fucking people. I'll have to bring him down sometime.
I'd
You
love
meet
to.
'em.
Yeah.
Bring the crew around.
You can bring them all down. I'd love to hear some shitty stories
They're good. They're
about people
fucking.
that freak out when you Narcan them.
Yeah.
And
They're
I don't
good
want to
people,
laugh
man.
about that, but people,
It's
there's funny stories. You got to
it's
laugh
yeah,
through the bad shit. Sadly.
exactly. If you don't make jokes about it, it'll eat you from the inside out.
God damn, yeah.
So yeah, and really, and I don't want to get political, so I'll keep this short.
Okay.
I didn't want to join the Marine Corps when I chose not, because I basically set myself a date, November 1st.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna make the decision. If I
Okay.
don't know by November 1st, I'm not going.
Should wait till November 4th.
But yeah, I told myself, like, look, I'm gonna make this fucking decision by this day, you know. And that day rolled around and I wasn't decided, so I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna do it. But I had a chance at that point to evaluate why I wanted to join the Marines.
Okay.
Because my initial thoughts were, I want to join the Marines and I want to do EOD. Because
Do you watch Hurt Locker?
no, because in my mind, and this could be wrong, I've never deployed, I've never been in the
This is just your
military.
perspective, man. Air it out. People judge you based off of it, then they're douchebags.
Yeah,
Just
this is what I know.
Yeah.
EOD goes into war zones,
Mhm.
Whether they're accompanied by, infantry or special infantry,
Special
whatever,
operation
it doesn't
groups,
matter. They go into war zones and they take away mines. They take away IEDs. They
Mhm.
get rid of
Big boom
threats
booms.
to innocent people.
Yeah.
And that resonated with me at a very deep level. And I think some of that is because of my dad being an EMT and always having that instinct of help whenever you can. That, in the Boy Scouts, even, we're taught, service, no matter what.
Yeah.
You help everybody that you possibly can.
Every single person. They don't
So
want to be helped, just stand there just in case.
exactly. Yeah. You stand by, wait for the call to be help, to be the help. And so that resonated with me a lot because I was like, yo, EOD would be sick because I get to help innocent people and I get to wear the badge of Marine. And then, I did more research and I was like, and I also got an ego a little bit. And I was like, EOD is not enough. I want to be infantry. I want to be special operations. I want to go hunt down the motherfuckers who are causing problems.
Have you had any, so I don't want to, sorry,
Yeah, no,
excuse me
go
for
ahead.
interrupting. Do you have a special relationship with 9/11 or someone in your family being in the military that you've lost or something like that?
No, I don't.
So you just felt this unearthly
Yeah, this
calling
call
to go do violence upon those who needed it.
exactly.
Do you think there's anything wrong with that? Because I don't.
No,
I don't think anybody
think
else
so.
should either, man. I think it's a brave thing to say. Just to even say, hey, I want to go put lead in heads of bad people.
damn straight.
Yeah. When it's justified, not just because they have a different political agreement with me or a different religion.
If
there's
you
a lot of shitty extremists out there, and I agree with what they say.
That's wrong. If you exact harm on other people for your own personal gain, you deserve to be put in the fucking ground.
Yeah, I don't fucking. It's just bullying. It is bullying with guns. Like
exactly.
It's the worst. It's bullshit.
It affects moms, dads, kids, everybody. I don't care if you fuck with people who are innocent because of your own shit. We have a problem.
Yeah.
And so that drove me strongly. But I couldn't deal with the leadership.
Okay.
Coming from a troop in Boy Scouts, and this is so dumb to compare the Marine Corps with Boy Scouts.
I don't think it is.
But I mean, they're different calibers. They have similar structures, but they're different calibers.
Humans are humans, bro. Yeah.
Humans are humans for sure.
We see patterns. So I see patterns often.
Yeah.
Me being able to observe patterns in human beings lets me know who not to fuck around with, not to be around with.
Yeah,
is a better way to say it, because I'm not fearful of people. I just decide not to be around people that are douchebags that want to harm others for no reason, or like I don't go around saying, oh, look at him, he sucks. Oh, look at her, she's nice. No, I don't do that shit. Noise. Judgmental people.
Yeah.
Removing that. I don't want to be around any of that stuff.
No.
But there's nothing wrong with saying, oh God, that's a pattern I don't want to. I hope this isn't like what grown-ups are like as a kid. I said that all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't want grown-ups to be fucking pedophiles.
Yeah.
They were.
They were.
I didn't want grown-ups to take shots at a car with an 8-year-old in the back seat. They
They
did.
did.
I didn't want my family on my dad's side to be violent, drug dealing, gun shooting motherfuckers. They were.
They
Like,
were.
we see these patterns and we can decide what not to do and
For
what to
sure.
do.
For sure.
So you recognize those patterns in Boy
I did.
Scouts, and then how did that contribute to your?
So I saw what happens when leadership allows weakness.
Okay.
In our scout troop, our leadership fell apart fast. We had a new scout leader come in, and he wanted things done his way or the highway.
That's the worst leadership
As
quality
a leader,
ever.
it's not okay. You listen to your fucking team.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are.
To
You could be a
lead, you
four-star.
must first follow.
Exactly. You could be a 4-star fucking general. You listen to your fucking people.
Yeah.
Because they are the ones who are giving you real information.
And
You're
they're
just
the ones
one who
doing the
writes
shit.
you're just the one who writes your name on the fucking document.
100%.
So, our leadership in scouts sucked because he wanted things done his way, and he allowed scouts to suck. So we had boys who didn't know how to pack a backpack, who didn't know how to tie knots, who didn't know basic survival skills. And I mean, and I'm not talking
Bro,
like,
you're going out with a bunch of like
dude,
8 to 12-year-olds in the wilderness, and
yeah.
they're like, do not just go out there and expect them to be great. You gotta help these fucking
you
kids.
have to teach them.
It's somebody's child.
And he put that on us. And not necessarily in a, this is supposed to be boy led kind of way, but in a I don't want to do this kind of way.
And toxic leadership qualities.
Toxic leadership, and so I saw a lot of that in the military. And I was watching from the outside, so I can't really speak about what was going on the inside. But I watched the chain of command
deteriorate.
Yeah, accepting weakness and accepting fault, and then saying this isn't on me. Any screw up that your subordinates do is on you.
Yeah, it's a direct reflection of your leadership.
Yeah, that means you did not do a good enough job as a leader to show them what was right.
Well, it's exactly what the city council and the school board in Uvalde did.
Yeah.
Directly after the active shooters.
Absolutely.
They just recently fired the police chief. I don't want to go off and change it, but they just recently fired him. If there was an active shooter within, I think it was like over a couple months almost. But even if it wasn't over a couple months, even if it was one fucking 24-hour period, that same person would be in charge of saying, "Hey, don't go shoot this guy in the face.
That's sickening.
Who's killing children."
That's sickening.
Like he would have been in charge if there was another active shooter.
That's terrible. That's bad leadership.
There was
as soon as you dedicate,
it takes 2 men to make a great firing team.
It does.
Okay.
As soon
one is good enough.
Yeah. As soon as you put on the uniform,
watch some sheepdog response. Get after it.
Yeah. Right.
But anyways, like I don't want to freak out because that really rides.
Oh no, that pisses me off.
I freak the fuck out every time.
There.
But toxic leadership and a lack of accountability is an issue.
Absolutely.
So you didn't want that to happen in the Marines, and that's why you said no.
I said no because I was wanting to join the Marines to be the best. Mm-hmm. And that's an arrogant thing to say.
It's not. It's an honest thing. Your heart called you to the thing.
I said, look, I want to join the Marines, and I'm not going to join the Marines to just be infantry. I'm not going to join the Marines to just be mechanic or just be a combat engineer. I want to join the Marines, and I'm going to climb that motherfucking ladder, and I'm going to get to the absolute best that my body can handle. Look, if I don't make it to Delta, if I don't make it to fucking SEAL Team 6, whatever, okay, great. Yeah. That's fine. That is the 1% of the 1%. Those are some hard motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Okay? If I don't even make it to special operations, okay? If it was because my body could not handle it, that's fine. I will train harder. I will push further, and I will try again next year. If I failed because I quit, that wouldn't sit well. And that mentality was not reflected in the leadership that I was seeing.
Okay.
And that hurts.
Yeah.
As an American. And disagree with it as you might, but like America kind of holds the badge for being like the baddest door kicking like motherfuckers on the planet.
I think the best way I could say Tim Kennedy said it in the USCCA podcast. One of the first ones he did. He said, basically, if you're doing bad shit, me and my friends are going to come kill you.
Yeah, straight up.
And like
Yeah,
we can talk about Nazi Germany. We can talk about
yeah,
child sex traffickers.
yeah,
We can talk about Florida sheriffs
yeah,
hunting down
yeah, dude.
people who are pedophiles in
Yeah,
Florida. A lot of these motherfuckers ain't make it to jail.
no, man,
And I'm not gonna speak on that whether it's good or not because everybody should
that is a
know.
moral thing.
Everybody
Yeah,
should know, and I'm not gonna put out my moral
exactly.
compass like that. But I can say this right now: every single person in this in the entire world knows when they see the American flag,
Damn straight.
they're either facing one thing:
Yeah,
help
or
or
hurt.
hell.
Yeah,
You're fucked.
damn straight, baby.
You're either gonna find a friend or you're fucked.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's polar opposites
Mhm,
usually. I don't know, and it's great to hear the great stories, and
mhm.
I'm
Oh yeah,
happy that that the American flag puts fear in the hearts of
I am
these
too.
horrible motherfuckers.
I am too.
And that's not a reflection of our government
No,
necessarily.
it's not.
It's a
It's not
reflection of the
the American
people
people.
who will kick down a door and
Damn straight.
save a child from being
Yeah,
raped, even though it's out of their job description and against their
absolutely,
rules of engagement. I think it's beautiful.
absolutely.
So let them out of Guantanamo Bay,
Damn straight.
or sorry, not Leavenworth.
Yeah,
Leavenworth. Let them out of Leavenworth. Let
absolutely.
let these let these pedo killers go.
Yeah, dude. I will live and die by the American flag, and that
Yeah.
doesn't mean our government.
No,
That
fuck
means
them, dude. They
the
suck a
American
lot of the
people, man.
times.
That means I don't care, white, black, gay, straight, you know,
Purple, brown,
purple,
whatever.
brown, bro. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you are an American, I will die for you. I will bleed for you. And
You'll also try to save their life.
I will absolutely come to your rescue.
So
That is that is American, and I am a cog in a fucking wheel
yeah.
of millions of motherfuckers just like that.
Yeah,
So if
there's
you
so many. I don't have a
yeah,
lot of friends who
who
would
don't
not
share
agree with
that.
you.
Yeah,
They'll all nod their head if they were sitting in this room right now.
absolutely. And if you lose faith in America, you're not losing faith in America, you're losing faith in our government.
Yeah.
You're losing faith in the people that we chose as leaders, and that is not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yeah.
the fault of
Or your
people.
neighbor's fault.
Yeah, or your neighbor's fault. That is the fault of the masses. That
Mm.
is the fault of uneducation. So you know what you do about that? You educate yourself.
Stop watching CNN or
Yeah,
Fox
or
or
Fox. Yeah,
just.
avoid mainstream media. Make your own decisions and do what's right on an individual level. Because if you save even one life, and even if it's not even saving a life, if it's making one person smile once a day, that is changing things.
Yeah.
That is going to shift the needle in a positive direction. And if every American commits to being a good person day in, day out, 24/7, guess what? The world's going to be a fucking great place
I agree, brother.
very shortly.
100%.
So,
And that led did that. I think that same attitude heavily contributes to your current occupation, which is being an
absolutely,
EMT.
1,000%.
So I already talked about what an EMT is on my previous podcast.
Yeah,
However, it's different to everybody.
it is.
What are your normal occupational, you know, what's the skill
My
set needed for your current occupation?
my current occupation. As my company,
You don't have to say the name.
we work for a private company.
Okay.
So we do not have. So we have 911 contracts, but I'm not on one of those rigs.
Mhm.
So my primary focus is what's called IFT, which is interfacility transport. So that basically is somebody comes to Swedish with multi-system fracture or trauma, rather. So that's they have a broken leg, a broken arm,
And
and
burns.
it burns, internal bleeding, or they have more than what a single hospital can deal with. We are in charge of taking them somewhere else.
Okay.
Or, and this, and IFT, I'm not going to try and glorify a position that isn't terribly glory filled. If, Gertrude, the 89-year-old dementia patient, needs to go back to her adult,
Facility.
living facility, we take her and we give her the best treatment that we possibly can.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
It's taking care of people not only on an emergency level but on a human level. It's making sure that everybody gets where they're needing to go safely.
Okay.
So that's what my current position is I am an EMT on an IFT rig, and I haven't even really started.
Okay.
So like my first training shift is Friday.
Okay. So
And
right now
then
you've just been doing internships,
it's been,
hands-on training.
yeah,
Make sure you know what you're walking into,
it's
kind of
been
thing.
class and orientation.
Okay.
So like paperwork, learning to drive the ambulances. My orientation, my like my on scene training is going to be on these rigs the next 3 days.
Awesome.
So yeah, I have a couple days one day this week, 2 days next week, that I'm on rigs with patients, and then I'm in the field.
Have you thought about what your step after, if there is a one after that? Do you plan on doing what's the next goal, man? Do you
So
plan on doing more rigorous EMT work, throwing your hands in the fire,
um
or are you thinking about doing a career change? What's up for you?
it's going to be a career change.
Okay.
So I am looking at doing EMS
Oh,
for
wow.
3-4 years.
Okay.
And EMS is just emergency medical. So that's this rig. I might pick up some 911 shifts because we do have a contract with Snow Fire. So we do 911s. It's just specific rigs, and I'm not on one of those rigs.
Yep.
So it would be it's a dream of mine to do those rigs, and those slots open up all the time.
Okay.
So I can absolutely transfer that. Um, so working those 911s and doing that for 2-3 years, getting a feel for patient care, medical, learning the ropes, and getting all that done, and then I am gonna move actually to Utah.
Okay.
Because I love Washington. I love the climate, the environment. This place is beautiful. Washington State is easily one of the prettiest states in like on fucking Mother Earth. And I
Yeah.
will die on that hill.
Absolutely.
The politics are not my favorite. The echo chamber, and it's not even so much that it's just very, that it's left wing. It's just that it's very single minded. I like people
You need
who
to have a healthy
think both
balance.
ways, man. I
You
love
got to find
balance.
a happy medium.
Absolutely.
You can't be right or left. You need to
Absolutely.
be somewhere in the middle. If you
Exactly.
plan on being a good person that cares
Exactly.
about others,
Exactly.
you can't have any form of extremism.
No, a thinking, intelligent human being with no alignments to parties or, right or left wing values. Just the way things are, you have feelings about individual things as they come, and that's important to me. Saying that, the plan is
Get the fuck
Utah.
out of Washington.
Get the fuck out of Washington. Yeah, for one, get the fuck out of Washington and Utah. I've heard a lot about the balance in Utah. That things, it's a fairly Mormon state. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't really care. Religion is just
As long as
another aspect of
they don't
American life.
use crazy ass religion to
Yeah, exactly. To take over
force
the world.
to this. As long as we're not doing what's that damn TV show with the hoods and the
Narrow it down, man.
not the coolest brand TV show. There's one that has to do with women's rights a lot.
I don't watch a lot of TV.
Fuck, Handmaid's Tale.
Okay, yeah.
As long as we don't do that, I mean, I think Handmaid's Tale is a great TV show for adding perspective.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with that. I
Yeah.
think religion should be separate from the state completely.
I agree with that.
But
yeah, absolutely.
we can't at the same time we can't
tell people what to do.
We can't tell others what to do as
Exactly.
well.
Yeah.
We should all
we live our own lives.
Inherently
Yeah.
sovereign bodies.
Yep.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell my wife what she needs to do with her body or you what to do with your body.
For
ever.
Sure.
Like the government tries to do all the time.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Utah it is.
Utah it is, man, because they've
what are you gonna
passed,
do there?
I'm hoping to get into police, actually.
You want to be a fucking cop?
I want to be a cop, bro.
Let's go do cop shit. I got a bunch of cop buddies.
I'm here for cop shit, man.
Oh my!
I want to be a cop in the long run.
So can I prescribe a couple things to you?
Absolutely.
About surrounding being a cop.
Go for it.
I want you to listen to the Audible Scars and Stripes. Normally I would say read the book, but one, I'm dyslexic, and two, I like listening to Audibles better.
Okay.
Tim Kennedy narrates his own book. He's my version of Captain America. I'll send you all the links about Sheepdog Response and Police Academy, so you can
Sheepdog's pretty solid.
Yeah, so you can start learning when not to shoot, because a lot of cops in this day and age.
Haley strategic, man. Thinkers before shooters.
Thinkers before shooters.
Damn straight.
Well, obviously, you don't want to.
You don't want to shoot the wrong person.
Don't shoot because you're nervous. Shoot because you're calm.
Yeah,
it's the best way I say it.
Damn straight.
But Scars and Stripes on Audible, it's a huge perspective changer.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Also, the documentary's for free right now on if you have the Amazon Fire Stick. If you don't have it, you can watch it here. Please do. called "Send Me," by Tim.
Okay.
And the rest of his group of
Okay.
American heroes
For
who
sure.
decided to do their own non-government organization NGO mission where they removed so many people. I think they removed a total of 11% of all the people that left Afghanistan during the withdrawal.
Wow.
They moved. It was 12 people and one amazing woman who doesn't work for the government but works with the government that
I like it, man.
strategically moved all these people.
I like it.
So
I like it. Good people doing
those
good
two
things.
things I recommend to anybody who's listening as well. If you
Yeah.
want to gain some perspective on what it's like to really be a true servant to not just society in your community, but the world. And I think you're on the road to it as well. I cannot wait to hook you up with all my cop friends. We should go shooting with my sheriff buddy.
I'm here for it, man.
Thurston County. I'm going to ask him, not just come on the podcast and talk about his current campaign, but I want to go shooting with him.
Hey, yeah, absolutely.
And I have some friends in Little Police Department, but you need to spend more time around cops if you want to be a cop.
For sure.
And it all starts with the fact that you haven't done horrible things in your life. Right now I'm currently disqualified from being a police officer. Hopefully that changes in the future. But I don't think I'm going to be a cop. I want to be a sheriff, deputy, and have a serious impact on people. Violent Offender Task Force, call my name.
There you go.
Especially when it comes to keeping our kids safe.
Yeah, that's my
what made
big
you
motivation.
Want to be a cop? Because you already said you didn't want to go to the Marines.
No.
You know that there's going to be a lot of political involvement with the police force.
Yep.
Have you thought about being a sheriff's deputy instead of a police officer?
I've thought about sheriff, for sure.
But there's also a lot of cities that work really good with the police.
Yes. And so the city that I'm planning on ending up in, I don't like. I see a lot of support for their officers. I've seen a lot of like body cam footage from them, and I mean they're well equipped. They're well armed.
They have body cams.
Yeah, they have body cams.
I'm really behind.
Oh, me too. Accountability is everything, man.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing cops out there with fucking T1s and suppressors and lights and all that, like sort of like they've got good shit out there, man.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right, you guys are well funded. You got good backing by your city. That's important to me. But it's also, I have had in my life a few run-ins with the police. Not all of them for criminal things. Well, technically none of them for criminal things, but all but one were very positive. And the only one that wasn't was because I was speeding and the cop was having a bad day or something like that. I don't know. It was an individual thing. It was an individual thing, and he wasn't necessarily violent, or he was just
aggressive,
rude. You know, and I was a pissed off teenager who thought I was the shit. So I could have misconstrued the situation. It goes both ways. There's two sides to every conflict. And I think back on those moments as the reason that I have such a good relationship with the police is because I've had good relationships with the police, and I want to continue that. I want to show people that you can be a cop. You can be a civil servant, and you can be a positive force. That doesn't mean, control. It doesn't mean being aggressive. It doesn't mean being an asshole. It means I wear this uniform to protect you. And that's what it's about, man. I want to protect people. I want to protect
their, what I would assume, based on the conversation we
had, man.
Respect their constitutional rights.
Exactly.
And uphold your oath.
Absolutely. I want to protect individuals and their rights to do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah. I want transgender people to protect their marijuana farms with machine guns.
I like that,
bro. That's my fucking jam, man. Let people be people. That's what I'm all about. So.
Yeah, I think that's super essential. I can't tell you how many times I've had run-ins with the police. Not all of them have been very positive. However, the most recent ones have all been positive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether it's telling the Seattle police officer standing there outside of a weird protest.
Yeah.
Wearing their pretty little sunglasses. Hey, when they gonna get you guys with these wooden guns I saw in the other guys, and them getting pissed off and coming to fuck off, and I say, hey man, I'm just joking, and then we laugh, we give knuckle bumps or whatever. We talk about what guns we own personally.
Absolutely.
within reason, because I don't, divulge my full life to the police ever.
Nope.
It's not really their concern without a
Plead the fifth, man.
search warrant. So I stick with my Fourth Amendment rights.
Absolutely.
That being said, I spend a lot of time also learning from
for sure.
our civil servants.
For
There's
sure.
nothing better than gaining perspective from another person.
Absolutely.
I think it's phenomenal that you want to be a cop, man. And if I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to be one as well.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to have an impact on somebody in a positive way.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of what I've seen my whole life.
Yeah.
I was sick and tired of what I saw in the military.
Yeah.
I'm tired of people who are supposed to be upholding their oaths and respect other people's constitutional rights.
Yeah. Not
follow orders just because they're told to.
Exactly.
Instead of doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Being a Leo in any form is essential to society.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we like it or not, we can sit here and say that the police need to be defunded or refunded, or we need to put appropriate funds in the appropriate places.
Yeah.
Or we need better training. We can say whatever we want.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
we
remove cops, abolish the police 24/7, or abolish the sheriff 24/7, or completely.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly, completely remove all the cops from the streets. These criminals are gonna have a fucking field day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you live in a state like Washington, 9 times out of 10, you are gonna be a victim, not the victor.
Yeah.
So a lot of what I do now, like people talk about, hey Eddie, I see this video you're shooting, man. What are you trying to do? Were you trying to go back to the military? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to show off how badass you are? No, not at all, man.
No way.
I am trying to be a victor in any gunfight.
Absolutely.
And that comes down to little things.
Absolutely.
Not anticipating extra kickback on your pistols, because I run short barreled pistols.
Mm-hmm.
So like extremely short barrel pistols. Like my Hellcat is really short compared to the standard Glock. It's like an inch and a half shorter.
They kick different, man.
They kick differently. So recoil management is important.
For sure.
Rehearsing, practicing, drawing your pistol from whatever you're wearing before you go out is important.
Absolutely.
And also learning when not to fucking shoot is the most key component of being any armed citizen.
Yeah.
Any armed citizen.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. You don't give a shit what you're carrying.
Emotional control is number one.
Emotional control is essential. You can't sit there and say you're a sober, moral, prudent person and go out with your gun and fucking you shoot when you're not supposed to. You're done.
Fuck no.
I've had to show restraint since 2021. I can honestly say there's probably been at least 8 times I've had deadly force encounters. At least I'm just counting the ones I can think off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm not even counting the rest, because after a while they just become normal and you just compartmentalize that shit.
For sure.
But I can count 8 on like good ones. I'm thankful that I didn't discharge my firearm when I could have legally have. I gave these people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
But I made a decision that this person with a knife is not going to fuck me up as long as I got one arm to stop him and gun him down.
For sure.
Or this person is high out of their mind and I don't want to gun down a person when I'm at my job.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want to get fired. Or
absolutely. If
I shoot, it's going to be a really shitty situation because I'm on a street. Somebody come around the corner behind him.
It's going to look bad,
the wrong
man.
way. I don't want to be responsible for a Chicago little girl murder.
Absolutely.
Like these douchebags that are in Chicago to do that.
Yeah. So
as a civilian making training decisions, what do you use or what resources do you use to better your current, as I say it, fire position, your current level of knowledge, your current mindset? What do you do right now as you're doing it, being an EMT? What do you do to train for the future? Because you're going into something that's very serious and probably honestly will.
Yeah, probably get
you're gonna be looking down a barrel at somebody one day.
It's gonna be sketchy.
Yeah.
The biggest thing, and this is something that it's not just about me as an EMT. It's not just about cops. It's not just about firefighters. I'm talking every single person listening to this podcast. You need to work on your situational awareness because it is not good enough. I don't care if you can literally see 360 degrees around you. Your situational awareness is not good enough.
Absolutely. Especially if you're in a Fred Meyer parking lot and you're traveling with your children.
Exactly. I mean, it's not just a matter of seeing what's going around you, but thinking for the people around you. Looking at somebody, what's their next move going to be? What are they going to do 5 moves from now? You like your situational awareness, it needs to be on a level that you can damn near predict the future. And that's not something that's necessarily possible, but shoot for it. Be as like, I mean, your head is on a swivel at all times. Learn to fight. Carry firearms. Carry pepper spray if you're not comfortable with carrying firearms, because I can tell you from personal experience, pepper spray does way more than a fucking taser. Okay?
Yeah.
I have
If I'm wearing
gotten,
a sweatshirt, good
bro,
luck, sucker.
good luck. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
gotten tased
All you gotta do
before.
is move. And
Bro, yeah. I've gotten tased, not by like law enforcement tasers, but just like a buddy had a taser and, stuck me in the side, and I jumped for maybe a second. I still could have taken him out if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Pepper spray? No, sir.
Well, how many times do we watch in
No, sir.
milliseconds as someone closes the distance?
It happens way too fast. So carry some form of personal protection. Learn to fight. I am especially talking to ladies out there. You guys
Are
need.
preyed upon. You're preyed
You
upon.
guys
It's
are
not
preyed
because you're
upon.
weak. It's because you're preyed upon because you have something that some of these sick, twisted
Yeah.
bastards,
Horrible fucking people want.
Horrible fucking people.
Yeah.
This little golden thing that's sitting between your legs, and they will
take you out for it.
Try to take advantage of you.
Exactly.
And it's pathetic. It's horrible.
It's wrong.
Disgusting. And
yeah.
Like, thankfully, I have an amazing wife with great situational awareness. She saved multiple people in stores. Say,
That's
hey, this
amazing.
guy's following you.
Yeah.
And follow her with a car. She stuck back a little bit, following the guy in the car.
That's awesome.
With her piece.
That's badass.
My wife carries. She's a fucking badass. And
that's badass.
You know what? Will she do a bunch of paperwork and talk to a lawyer over somebody else and their child? Hell
Fuck
yeah. She will step the fuck up, and I have confidence in her.
That's good, man. That's awesome.
Some of the resources that I really, really enjoy, and I don't know if you know these already. I'm just gonna
go for it, man.
Active self-protection. What they do is they go over body cam footage.
Yep.
Also different personal CCTVs, different situations where people are robbed at gunpoint, and they break down how to properly protect yourself. Depending on which state you are, they usually look up the laws and apply it there. There's a federal police officer and a former police officer that break it down for you. They're super awesome. Sheepdog response is one. I've obviously hold this one especially near and dear to my heart. I've taken one of their classes, the Pistol 1 course so far. I plan on doing more once my shoulder heals. I did the Sheepdog pistol course with a torn labrum, and it was extremely painful. And I didn't know at the time it was torn until we went through the program. So please do recommend going through the Sheepdog response pistol course. If you have anything torn, don't go to the Protector 1 course. But if you don't have anything torn,
go for it, man.
Go to the Protector 1 course. You need to know what it's like to be in a fight for your life, while someone's holding a knife or someone's holding a gun.
Absolutely.
How simply you will be on the losing end of it.
Yeah.
Like, guns are distance tools, knives are not.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the two, and feeling vulnerable and understanding that you need to do so much better to protect your wife, your husband, your child, your community.
Yeah.
It will change your life.
Absolutely.
There's nothing worse than being a victim and being useless in a dangerous situation.
Yeah. And I just, I want to say from a medical standpoint, there are always 2 losers in a knife fight. The person who dies on the street and the person who dies on the ambulance. You will not win a knife fight. Okay? There is no way to win a knife fight. I don't care how good you are. You could be fucking John Wick. You're getting cut.
Yeah.
Accept that. Know that. Do not get in a knife fight.
Don't get in a knife fight.
Situational awareness, de-escalation techniques.
Yeah,
get training.
distance.
And that's not just a single time thing. That is not just, I go to 1 class a year and I learn a couple things. I take it home. I tell my husband. No. I'm talking you take a class once a month and you practice. And when you are at home, you have somebody who is stronger than you, bigger than you, faster than you. Anything that gives you the disadvantage, you train with that person nonstop until you overpower them, and then you find somebody bigger.
If you're a concealed carrier and you don't dry fire often, shame
wrong.
on you.
You're wrong.
Like, shame
Absolutely.
on you. And I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to tell you you should be shaming on yourself. if that's a thing. I don't even know if it is.
Absolutely.
But shame on you anyways.
And
because motherfucker, you should be dry firing.
yeah.
The second you grab down at your waist to try to unshield your pistol,
Yeah.
and you forgot you're wearing 2 shirts,
Yeah.
that's
a
or a
problem.
jacket over your normal shirt, and your normal shirt's still covering your pistol when you reach for it, guess who just lost? You. You're supposed to create the OODA loop and try to interrupt your other person's OODA loop with whatever means necessary.
Exactly.
And that's going to put you at an extreme disadvantage.
Absolutely.
So please don't be a loser of a gunfight or a knife fight.
Don't be a victim.
Especially when it comes to defending another human being.
Absolutely. Don't be a victim.
If you're going to get active, be active.
Absolutely.
Also, if you're too weak and debatted to do your job occupationally, you're failing as well. Or if you're not willing to die, if you're in an occupational capacity, for the people you're supposed to like protect and serve, you don't need to do your job anymore, man.
No.
And I would love to do your job for you. Yeah. If I could pass your little background check, I would love to do it. I'm speaking to the people. If there's anybody out there who really thinks that it's okay to let people die just so they can live, if you're a cop or a sheriff, quit your job so they can lower the standards just a little bit more. Because you know what? I'd rather face my demons every day trying to make up for them than allow somebody else to be on the police force.
Damn straight.
Who doesn't care.
Damn straight.
There's a bunch of law enforcement members who feel the exact same way.
Oh yeah.
The same way. And a lot of vets will say the same shit too.
Oh yeah.
So thank you for your service to them as well. There's a couple more resources I really, really love.
Yeah.
We the Female.
Okay.
Absolutely amazing. Find her on Instagram. She shares real stuff, and it doesn't matter what your political views are. What matters is she sticks up for every single woman in this entire universe, this entire country. No matter what country you're immigrating from, as long as if you're in this country right now, she is actively working to better serve you and protect you, and stick up against the government who says, you know what, it's okay to be a victim. No, she stands up for the women, and you know what? I think it's so awesome. She focuses on the women. She stands up for the men as well. I feel safer if I wish there was a million of her on the streets. I would feel a lot more comfortable going out and leaving my home. For real. We need to remove the stigma that women shouldn't carry guns.
No, man.
The guy's the protector.
Fuck no, dude. Everybody's a protector, bro.
Every single person who has hands and is an American can be a protector to their family, their children.
Absolutely.
And I think it's so amazing what she does. But also, there's a couple other places I want to give a shout out to. The Brazilian, anyone who does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, find a dojo near you. If you're not doing Jiu-Jitsu, you're failing. I have an injured shoulder right now, and I'll tell you this right now. I'm going to start doing one-arm Jiu-Jitsu if I have to continue my self-education.
And I'm actually going to raise that point. If you are not doing Jiu-Jitsu, do wrestling or boxing or both. Ideally a combination of a grappling sport and a striking sport, because they will teach you things that you don't realize you don't know. A lot of people who don't train, and even myself, going into EMT school, going into training, going into self-defense, there was so much that I didn't know. Like there was stuff that I didn't even like begin to think about until it was introduced to me as like, how are you going to solve this problem? Holy shit. I've never thought of that before. So go take those classes. Okay. Men, women, everybody.
Kids,
man.
Learn some
everybody.
Don't punch somebody in the face.
No,
There's
man.
No need for it.
If I can
just talk to them or put them on the ground and then walk away.
If I can give you
walk away.
One sentence to start your self-defense career, it is go for the eyes. Like if you are in a life or death situation, I am not shitting you, thumbs in the eyes.
Yeah.
Press as hard as you can. Don't stop until they pop.
Yeah, 100%.
Like you are in a fight for your life. It doesn't matter. Okay. Defend yourself with everything that you've got, because
every tool
that you've got, because as we touched on earlier with suicide, losing life is a very, very, very difficult thing. Whether it's taken by you or somebody else, you want to defend that no matter what, because people love you And the people around you that you're not even sure if they love you or not, they fucking love you. Okay. If they are texting you, they love you. Okay. So you want to defend that. You don't want to hurt those people. You want to keep yourself in a position of comfort. And that means having the advantage. Go for the soft and squishies. Okay. And that doesn't mean the testicles. Go for the eyes. Go for the throat. Go for the tongue. All
Good
right.
old dick twist never hurt nobody.
Good
Though.
old dick twist.
I'm just gonna put that out there.
Damn
You're
straight.
wearing shorts. Good old dick twist,
Bro. Crank that shit.
No,
So
I'm only in life or death application.
absolutely.
I'm not
Yeah.
encouraging people to go
Don't start
sexually assault
fights.
somebody or blind them.
If you start fights, you are wrong.
You're wrong though. But
Be
yeah,
a warrior in a garden, not a gardener in a war.
I've watched a couple amazing videos of women in different countries, like South American countries, doing just what you talked about.
Oh, dude.
Gouts out the eyes.
Badass, man.
Like there's a lady getting stabbed, and she they try to take her kid, and then so it was at knife point, so she starts doing the only motherly thing possible and going for the eyes.
There you go.
She stabbed the guy in the eyes with her nails.
There you go.
She got stabbed like 3 or 4 times. I don't know if she lived or died, but at the end of the day,
kid lived.
Guess who wasn't able to get back into his car, and
exactly.
guess who was at the mercy of the mom now?
Absolutely.
As his accomplice in the kidnapping of the child, and the mom probably disappeared.
There you go.
That guy was stuck there. He couldn't see.
Nope.
Justice was served either way.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're in a life, I plan on having more self-defense experts on this. Starting with jiu-jitsu experts. And Krav Maga experts as well. In the near future. So I'm super excited for that. One more resource that I like to put out there for everybody else is, if you ever think that being a police officer is right for you, or you think the police are useless, go to Police Activity on YouTube and just watch the shit that they go through.
They do good work.
They do good work, and they also deal with a lot of shit we don't know. So, Jack, honestly, man, I think your story is very emotional for me personally, because I know you, and obviously I wish I could have been I wish I was able to help you out more during it, but I could tell you right now, I would love to help you with your future goals of being a police officer. I know switching careers is an obstacle. It's a huge thing. I've done it, and it's still like my new career is still difficult for me, and I don't know if it's going to be for me forever, but I know that I'm here now. But I want to try to help you out with all the resources I can. So I plan on connecting you with as many Leos as possible.
Sweet, man.
I really do appreciate you bearing with me as I read some things that, were, to be honest, the deepest, most fucked up part of your life.
Yeah.
And going through that with me so that other people can see that they're not the only people that go through these things. As we talk about our trauma, our shoulders get a little bit less weight on them. Anyone who's been under the squat bar know what heavy weight feels like.
Damn straight.
Emotional weight feels heavier.
There's
nothing as heavy as it.
It's insane.
I definitely do appreciate you coming on and taking the
time
out of your week to express yourself.
Yeah.
And share your story. I look forward to having you on again,
bro. I'm
with
excited.
your EMT buddies. I want to hear after you get started a bunch of stories about it.
Absolutely.
But also, I'd love to just keep continuing to spend more time with you, man. Because
dude.
Shooting, knowing when not to shoot, practicing self-restraint, doing jiu-jitsu, all these things, they're more tools in your tool belt of being a law enforcement officer. And
absolutely,
every time you get to not pull the trigger and kill somebody is a good day.
Blessed day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love to connect you, man.
Hey, man, so, I'd love that. I'd love that. I appreciate that.
Well, maybe we can go on a self-defense journey together. Who knows?
That'd be sick. That'd be awesome, man.
Fucking A, man. Thank you so much for joining me today. And this has been another lovely episode of Off the Deep End. Where can people find you?
So I'm on Instagram mostly. I'm at jack.alcaraz. It's pretty straightforward. It's a, it's a place. You know, sometimes there's some honest stuff. Most of the time, there's just nonsensical shit posting.
Some memes,
some memes make you laugh. All in the name of making people smile.
Are you on Facebook as well?
I am not as much.
Just so people can reach out to you if they have any questions about your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Want to talk to you about your struggle.
The primary place would be Instagram, but if you are looking on Facebook, I am there under Jack Alcaraz. There's a picture of me standing on a bridge and being a douchebag as the background. So
You never a douchebag,
you
man.
know how it is.
Whatever,
hey man, douchey
dude.
gym self tees.
Douchey gym selfies.
I will rock
Yeah,
that till
I'll
the
make
day I
sure
die, baby.
that's gonna be probably the screen of the front of this. So I'm gonna make sure the one where we're at LA Fitness together, because that
I'm here
was
for it, man.
too hilarious.
That was a good day. That was a
Yeah,
good day.
every day with you,
One
man,
of
has been a
many's,
good
man.
day, and I'm happy you're still here, and
I agree with that.
can't say it enough. Thank you for just being here another day. The world's a better place because you have such an impact on people already as an EMT. Being a first responder is never positive. Never is. You're not dealing with.
Yeah.
You're not showing up to something positive. You're not
No.
showing up to. Hey, I
It's a
just want
hard
to say hi
job.
to the EMTs today.
No,
You're
man.
doing something that requires bravery and decompressing. And if you ever need to decompress, man, my household is always open.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate
But
you.
thank you so much for stopping by, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you so much for the support, the conversations that I've had recent with people that reach out to me, and the absolutely overwhelming amount of people sharing the messages that we have here to talk through trauma. If you like what we do here at Off the Deep End, please feel free to subscribe and gain special access to subscriber-only episodes, or you can continue to do what all of you great people have been doing, just sharing the episode right after you finish it with the world, so we can share these conversations, not just with people that we know, but even people that I might not know. I love when people reach out to me and we get to have in real time conversations about the things they're going through. I get phone calls, emails, text messages, and a lot of just personal private messages from people who are going through things. And I'm able to share some of the perspective that I learned from others. And slowly we can work towards the end goal of stopping at least one person a day from ending their own life, thinking that they can't talk to other people about their problems. Talking through trauma is the goal here at our program here. And I really do appreciate everybody's endless support and all the different conversations we've had so far. So if you like what we're doing here and you'd love to support us, please do subscribe.